This is the tutorial that will teach you the skills that most of the companies today are looking for by building this full stack project management app called Scrum with features like authentication with both Google and custom email password, ability to create your organization or join another organization as a member. An organization can have multiple projects and a project can have multiple sprint cycles just like what we see in Jira. We can create issues inside of a sprint, we can update them, reorder those issues inside the sprint board, apply filters to them, and much more. Along with this fully responsive and beautiful user interface that we will be building using Next.js and Shadcn UI. So right off the bat, we have this professional and modern looking page, streamline your workflow with Scrum. And if you scroll down, we have the key features of our app. And if we further scroll down, we have this beautiful carousel which shows all of the companies that are using our product. And now if I go down over here, we have frequently asked questions about our app. If we click on any one of them, we can, expand them as well. Okay. And if we further go down, we have a call to action button at the bottom, just like all of the modern SaaS websites do. And a landing page like this can play a huge role on if you'll be getting a call back from that HR or not. So let's click on over here, start for free, and we are on the login screen now. We can either continue with Google or we can use email password to log in. So let me just continue with Google. And here we go. We are currently on the onboarding screen where we can either create an organization, or if we are already a part of an organization, we can join it. Or if we have been invited to an organization, we can join it. So let's go on and create my own organization. I'm going to call it Roadside Coder, and we can set the URL slug for it over here. Let's go on and upload the logo and click on create organization. Now, one thing about this page, if you're on the onboarding page and you try to go onto some other URL, you won't be allowed to go. We have added the protected routes feature inside of this app as well. Okay, now that we are in our Roadside Coder organization, we can see we have our user drop down menu over here. And this is made possible by using Clerk. This comes right out of the box of Clerk. So if we click on manage account over here, we can see our email address. We can, change our email address, remove it. We can click on update profile and we can, change our first name, last name over here. If you go to security, you can also delete your account and you can see all of the, active sessions for your account. So this is like mind blowing production grade features. Now here in our organization, we have our organization settings as well. We can click on over here in the manage organization. We can leave this organization, delete this organization, update details about this organization, or we can invite some members over here. Let's go and invite some members. So if I click on invite, let me just enter some emails over here. Okay, I've entered 2 emails over here and I'm going to click on send invitation. And those people should get an email for joining my organization, even if they are not on the app currently. There we go. On our mail, we have the invitation to join Roadside Coder. This is such an amazing feature, right? If you show this to your, interviewer, they will be very impressed. So let's click on accept invitation and this will take us straight to our app. Here we go. This is logging us in automatically and you can see it showed us like it did everything for us. We didn't have to do anything. It, logged in, it joined us in that organization. And now we can see over here, we are a member in this organization. And in that ID, we are the admin, right? Members have some limited functionality. Like if you click on manage, you can just leave organization and you cannot invite anyone, right? Now, if I go back and let's try to create a project now for inside of this organization. And one organization can have more than one project because when you're working in a company, we have multiple different projects going on, right? Let's say for web app, for, mobile app. So we have considered all of those things. So if I click on create new over here, or if you click on over here, create project, it will take you to this page right here, create new project. As a member, let's try to do this. If I click on create project, you're going to see, oops, only admins can create project. Now we can click on over here and we can create our own organization. And this will present to us with this pop-up right here to create the organization. Let's not worry about it. Let's go back and create a new project. Also, to manage all of the forms inside of our app, we will be using React hook form along with the Zod validation library by creating schemas such as this, right? So this is a very robust error-free app. Let's just say I'm working on a Jira clone, right? And we can provide a project key over here. Now, this is very important because this is something your sprints will be named on. Let's say if I say RCJC, right? So all of our sprints will be RCJC1, RCJC2, RCJC3, etc. We can say project description. Let's say click on create project. It's creating, and you can see a beautiful toast over here, project created successfully. If I click on over here and click on my organizations, we can go back to our organization page and we can see the list of our projects over here. Okay, let's click on view project over here. So let's go on and create new sprint. So you can see our sprint has been automatically named for us RCJC1 since it's the first sprint. Let's click on over here and decide when this sprint starts and when this ends. Now by default, it has selected 14 days. If we want, we can change it as well. Like say if I want it to go till 8, right? And let's click on create sprint over here. There we go. Sprint created successfully and we have our Jira board right here. Now, in this state, we can plan our sprint, right? We can create issues and all. And after our planning is done, we can click on start sprint to start our sprint. Let's go on and create some issues. If I click on over here, you can see we have this title button. We can select the assignee. So let's say I want to create an issue for implementing drag and drop functionality for Kanban board. So let's say if I want to assign it to Algo Agarwal, and a description, this right here accepts markdown format. So let's say if I write something like this, you can see it has beautified it for us right over here. And let's select the priority, let's say hi, and create issue. And there we go, our issue is on the board. If I click on it, we can see the description, if it's to do, if it's in progress, the priority we can also change. Now, this thing right here, priority can only be updated by a person who created it. That is reporter over here, that is me. Assignee can only, change this thing if it's in to do, in progress, etc. So we can go on over here, we can drag and drop issues as well. But you can see the sprint has not been started yet, so we cannot do that. Let's create more issues over here. There we go. I've created some issues over here. I've assigned some issues to me, some issues to roadside coders, some issues to Algo Agarwal. And you can see if it's low, it is green border. If it's medium, it's yellow. On urgent, it's red. On high, it's orange, right? And so let's go on and start the sprint, right? And there we go. The sprint has been started. Now we can go on and drag and drop cards, according to how the work is going on. And it works seamlessly, just like a production grade apps should. We can search any issue over here. Let's say over here, just like that. If I want, I can select any priority over here, right? Low priority tickets, high priority. I can clear the filters from here. I can select it with respect to this, user. So you might have seen this feature in other project management apps as well. If I click on over here, I can see the Algo Agarwal issues. If I click on over here, I can see issues for both of these people. I can remove it. I can clear the filters as well, right? So this is absolutely amazing. Now, if I click on over here, create new sprint, and let's say if I create the sprint after it, which will start from 9 and it will go till 23, and click on create sprint, we can switch between sprints from over here. Let's say if I click on the next sprint, you can see starts in 13 days. We can create issues and all over here. We can plan it ahead of time. That's what TPMs do, right, in our companies. So I have included all of those features inside of this app. And now if I go back to my organization page, you can see we have this my issues section over here where we can see the assigned to you issues, reported by you issues, so that we don't have any friction finding any issues. Let's say if I click on it and click on this button right over here, it will take us to that particular project and that particular sprint as well. And we can see inside of our database, our project has been added in this project table right here. We have sprint table, user table, issue table, right? So this is a pretty complex application, but don't worry, I will make everything very easy for you. All right, so open VS Code over here and let's go on and initialize a new Next.js app. So I'm going to say npx create next app at latest. It's going to say we're supposed to proceed. Yes. What is the name of your project? I'm just going to press dot so that it creates a new project right inside of this folder. Would you like to use TypeScript? No. Would you like to use ESLint? Yes. Would you like to use Tailwind CSS? Yes. SRC directly? No. We're not going to use SRC directory. App router? Yes. This is the latest way of, routing in Next.js. So I'm going to say yes. Would you like to customize the default import? So no, we don't want that. We're just going to be needing this to import. And yeah, it's going to create a new Next.js app in this folder right over here. You can see it's installing all of the dependencies and installing all of this Tailwind CSS dependencies along with ESLint as well. All right, so our Next.js app has been initialized over here. Now, let's go and quickly run this. So I'll say npm run dev just to see what do we get initially. Let's go on to this localhost 3000 and it's going to be opened inside of our browser just like this. Okay, I'm going to go back to VS Code and inside the app folder over here, you can see we have this page file. And inside of over here, this is the code that we see right over here. So let's just remove all of this inside of this return. And over here, I'm going to have a div which will simply say subscribe to Roadside Coder, which you should if you haven't yet. Now, if I go back, we will see we have subscribed to Roadside Coder, but it has some default styles as well. So over here, you can see in the layout, we have all of these things like we have a body tag, which is wrapping all of the children, and this children is nothing but this page file right over here. And I'll show you as we go on to explore Next.js in this video. I'll show you how routing works exactly in Next.js and what this layout file and what this page file is all about. Right, so layout is basically this is the root layout which wraps whole of our app. And over here we have the title and description of our app. Let's just say Scrum, and description will say project management app, right? All right, now what I'll do, I'll go back to my browser and I'll install Shadcn UI. So Shadcn UI is basically beautifully designed components that you can copy and paste inside of your app. This is not a component library, but these are like pre-built components that we can use. And this is very popular nowadays. So if I click on docs over here and click on installation, just click on Next.js here. And you can see it tells us this is how you can initialize a new project. Take this and I'll paste it right over here. So I'll create a new terminal, open a new terminal and paste it here. And it's going to ask us a bunch of questions here. So let's proceed. Yes. So theme, I'm just going to go with New York, neutral. Would you like to use CSS variables? Yes. Now it's going to be writing to components.json file over here. So this is the file right here where it, basically contains all of its configuration. It's going to update the Tailwind CSS configuration file so that it can work with that. And also this Shadcn UI, all of these components are basically made on Tailwind CSS. That is the reason why we need Tailwind CSS along with it. So now if I go to this globals.css file, you're going to see that this has added these styles over here like base color, dark color, and few more styles which we don't need to care about, right? So let's just close this globals.css. And now if I again go back to our app, you can see now it has reset all of these styles right here. Now there's one thing that I need to do first. So over here in the page.js, you can see if I say let hello and do nothing, right? This variable is not being used over here, but this should give us error, right? So by default, Next.js doesn't have these settings. So inside of this ESLint rc.json, I'm gonna add a rule over here. So comma, and I'll say rules. And inside this rules, I'll say no unused vars, right? So when there are unused vars over here, I'm gonna say warn me. That's it. And now if I go back, you're gonna see this shows us that hello is declared, but its value is never used. So this will help us a lot in debugging the errors during the development. Cool then. Now let's understand what Shadcn UI is all about. So if you go on over here, you can see we have bunch of different components over here. Let's just go to this button component, for example. There we go. How do we create this button inside of our app? If you go to code, this is it. This is the code that we will need. And how will we install this button? This is how we do that. npx shadcn at latest add button. So let's copy it and paste it inside of our terminal. Press enter. And now you're going to see it will create a components folder over here, just like this. And inside this, there's this UI folder which we are not going to touch. This is just for Shadcn UI. And here it has installed this button. So basically using Shadcn UI is much more lighter than using any other component library, right? Because it gives us pre-built components over here. So now I can simply go on and use this inside of our app. So in the page.js file, let's say I'm gonna say button and I'll say go inside of it, right? Those you can see import button from components/UI/button, and make sure whenever we are importing Shadcn UI's components, they are imported from components/UI folder. Okay, let's go right here and there we go. You can see we have this go button over here. Amazing. All right, so similar to this button, we are going to be needing bunch of different things inside of our app. Like if you see in our deployed app where like this is the button, and if you scroll down, this is the card component, this is the carousel, this is the accordion component, right? We have a bunch of different things from Shadcn UI that we are using inside of our app. So let's go on over here. And if you go on to, let's say, accordion, again, the process is exactly the similar, right? So let's go on inside of our app and install all of these components so that later on we don't have to install them one by one, right? So npx shadcn latest at accordion. I'm going to be needing avatar, badge, card, carousel, dialog, drawer, input for our forms and all, pop over for our modals, select drop down. Sonar is basically going to be the toast component that we'll be showing in some places. Tabs is going to be useful in some places, like assign issues or created issues tabs, right? And text area again for our forms. And press enter. There we go. It has installed all of these components. It might ask that button already exists if you want to overwrite it, just like this. So just press enter for that. All right, cool. All right, now there are a couple of things that I need to make sure when it comes to Shadcn UI and theming, right? That we want dark theme for our app. So you can see this deployed app has dark theme. To set this dark theme, you can just search the documentation dark mode. In Next.js, it's going to tell that we can start by installing next theme. So this is the package that we are going to be needing. So let's go back to our terminal and I'm going to paste it here, npm install next themes, and then it's going to install this package, and then it's going to tell us that we need to create this component called theme provider.tsx or JSX, right? So you don't need to worry about all of these things. Just copy it up and go to our components folder. I'm going to create a new file called theme provider.jsx and paste it. Basically, all this is doing over here is it's wrapping whole of our app in this next themes provider so that we can, make our app light mode or dark mode, etc. We are not going to be needing this type since we are using JavaScript. And let's remove this type from over here as well. And if you want to follow this project in TypeScript, that is also fine. It is just a syntax, no big deal, right? You should focus on logic more instead of, building app in TypeScript or JavaScript. So cool. Now it's going to tell us that we need to wrap whole of our app with this theme provider, and we will wrap it inside of over here app.layout.tsx. So if you go to this layout.js or ts, over here you can see, first of all, I don't need both of these fonts, so I'm going to get rid of them, both of these fonts over here. And then inside of our body, I'm going to wrap whole of my app with theme provider, just like that. And we're going to be giving it two things. Attribute class and default theme is going to be dark. That's all. This will help us to make our app dark themed. So if I go back over here, yep, you can see the background turned to dark and button turned to white. So we have successfully converted our app into the dark theme. Let's remove this anti-aliased over here, and I'm going to be importing another font. So const inter equals inter, and we will be importing this from next/font/Google. So let's import this enter font from next/font/Google, and simply inside of it, we will say subsets to be Latin. And this will import this font inside of our app. And we can simply go on over here in the body class name, and we can say enter.class name. So this will basically, convert whole of our app with this enter font. Okay, that's fine. Now inside of this theme provider over here, let's plan a few things. We're going to have a header of our app first, right? And then we're going to have the main content. So let me just wrap it in this main tag. Inside of it, I'll keep the children. Below this, I'm going to have a footer tag, which will simply say made with love by roadside coder. Okay, let's see. All right, looks good. Let's just add some styles over here. Now, if you have not used Tailwind CSS before, no worries. I'll explain you everything over here. So simply Tailwind CSS is just like pre-made class names. It's just like Bootstrap that we don't have to write custom CSS. We can simply say, let's say background gray 900. And I'll say padding vertical to be 12. And if you hover on these class names, you can see exactly what they are all about, right? So if I go back now, you can see this is applied. Let's just make this main tag height of 100 viewport. So I'll say minimum height to be screen. Yep, that's fine. Our footer is now at the bottom. Let's go inside this footer and wrap this in a div. And I'll put this inside of this div. And this div will have the class name of container. So basically container adjusts our app with different breakpoint. So if you hover on it, you can see this is basically a media query with let's say 640 pixels, 768 pixels. So it adjusts our max width with respect to the screen size. I'll show you in just a minute, but I'll say MX to be auto, that is margin horizontal to be auto, so that everything is in the middle. And I'm going to give this some padding horizontal to be 4. Text is going to be at the center. Text gray is going to be 200. Okay, let's see. Yep, you can see our footer looks beautiful. All right, great. So now coming back, let's just create the header file over here inside of our components, and then we will start working on the user authentication. Okay, so I'll say header.jsx, RAFCE header. Let's just remove this React from over here. And yeah, that's all. Let's just import it. Yeah. Instead of this header, I'll say header over here. Okay, cool. Let's go back, and yeah, we can see the header, and we have all of these content. Let me just remove the button for now. We are not going to be needing it currently. All right, so now it's time to implement user authentication. I'll show you how easy it is to implement user authentication inside of our app. So click the link in the description down below, and you will land on this page right over here. And I'll show you how easy it is to implement user authentication by using Clerk. So click on this sign in button over here, and let's sign into Clerk using our Google account or GitHub, whatever. And you will see this page right here. Now over here, we need to configure what are all those sign in flows that we need to add inside of our app. If you want to keep email sign in as well, you can keep it on. Else if you keep it off, it will just have the Google sign in. So in my case, I'll have email and Google both. And let's just say Scrum. That is what our app is called, right? Let's create application, and there we go. We are in. So over here, you can see it right out of the gate. It tells us how you can use Clerk with Next.js. So all we need to do is do @clerk/Next.js inside of our terminal. So I'll just copy this command. Let's go back to our VS Code, and the terminal, I'll paste it. Make sure you install version 5.7.1 because this is the version that I'm using while creating this video. Later on, it might get updated, and you might not be able to follow this tutorial properly. So make sure you install version 5.7.1 by writing it just like this. Let's see what else we need to do. We need to set our environment variables. Okay. So if you want to see, you can just click on over here. You can see your environment variables, else you can copy them just by clicking this copy button. Right. So let's create a .env file over here, .env. And I'll paste both of these environment variables. And these are basically the API keys, right? Which will help us to connect to Clerk. Okay, next, we're supposed to update middleware function. So just copy this middleware.ts file. So what basically this means is, so over here, okay, we don't have any middleware file. So let's create a new file, middleware.js, and paste it over here. So this middleware basically runs every single time, right? So you can see. So Clerk middleware helper enables authentication and is where you will configure your protected routes. So this is the file where we will be in the future, writing code like what are all the page that user is supposed to be landing on without signing in, or what are all the protected page, what are all the public pages, etc. Which user has the access to which organization. So all of that, code we will be writing inside of this middleware.js file, right? So, okay. After that, we need to just simply wrap our app using this Clerk provider. So, okay, let's take this Clerk provider and go back to our layout.js file. And over here, right after return, I'll say Clerk provider, and I'll just wrap whole of my app in this Clerk provider. Let's import it from @clerk/Next.js, the package that we just installed. Now, let me show you how easy it is to, implement user authentication using Clerk. So if I click on continue to Next.js guide, they have this sign in button component, right? So let me just not bore you with this documentation. If I just go simply to our header component, if the user is signed out, if that's the case, I'm going to show this sign in button, and all of these things comes inbuilt in Clerk, right? But what if the user is signed in? Then we will show the user button component. Now, see the magic. This is the only code that we're supposed to write over here. If I go back to my browser now, you can see we have this sign in button. If I click on it, it's going to be taking us to a complete inbuilt sign in flow. If I click on this continue with Google, we did not build this page. Let's just sign in with Google, continue, and it's logging us in, and you can see we have this user drop down as well. Amazing. So all of these things comes inbuilt inside of Clerk, and you can see I can update my profile, update my profile picture. We can also add, the option to update our name. So for example, if I go to the configure over here in Clerk, and let's say if we want to change our name, over here, and click on save. Let's refresh this app now. And let's go to manage account. Now we have the option to update our username as well, right? Let me just make it like this and save. So this is the magic of Clerk. But don't worry, when we signed in, we went to some third-party URL, right? Where we will make sure that this is replaced by our local host, or basically our domain. So we will create our sign in and sign up page as well, but we don't need to create those forms and all for user authentication. So this is how easy Clerk makes our job. But I want to make one change. So over here you can see when I click on this user drop down, we can see this white theme over here, right? Since our app is in the dark theme, I want some dark theme as well. So if I go back to the layout.js for this Clerk, it takes appearance prop, and inside this it takes a base theme, which I'll say shades of purple. And actually to import this, we have to install a library called clerk/themes. So I'll say npm install at clerk/themes, and these themes and all will be contained inside of it. Okay, it's installed. Now let's try to import it. Okay, it's imported. Let's go back and see inside of our app. Yep, we can see this purplish theme over here. Amazing. So not only this provides us inbuilt component, but it's also highly configurable. Now let me show you how we can make sure that the sign-in page is inside of our app and not some third-party URL, right? So if I go back to my code, over here inside the .env file, we need to add some environment variables. So for sign-in, it will be next public clerk sign-in URL, right? What is going to be this URL? I'll just simply say, /sign-in. If you want to keep like login, you can write login over here, whatever you want, right? Let's duplicate it, and I'll say sign up URL. It's going to be sign up instead of sign in. And where will this be going after sign in? So we have another environment variable for that. So next public clerk after sign in URL. So after sign in, I want it to go to /onboarding. Now we haven't created this yet, but don't worry, we will be creating this soon. And similarly, we want to go over here after sign up as well. Okay, let's save this. And to make this sign in work, what do we need to do? Inside of our app, we need to create a folder inside of which we will keep all of the authentication related things, right? So I will be explaining you in much in depth how routing works in Next.js in this video. But for now, just understand that routing in Next.js works with respect to the files that we create. Like for example, over here, if I say sign-in, this is a new route in Next.js. So if I say new folder, and so if I say new file and page.jsx, I say RAFCE sign in. And now if I go to this /sign-in, you're going to see /sign-in. This will show me this sign-in text over here, right? So this is how basically routing works in Next.js. Let's just delete this fonts folder. We won't be needing it. So since we want to create a sign in and sign up page for Clerk, this is exactly what we will be doing it. And let's just say if we want to keep both of these routes in some folder, or basically to manage all of our routes, right? So I will create a new folder over here for auth. But if we write it like this, this will create a new path, or new route inside of our app. So to ignore this folder, I will wrap this in this parenthesis just like this. And Next.js will completely ignore this folder. And now we can move this sign in inside of it. And you're going to notice that this still continues to work and will show us sign in. Okay. Now, inside of this sign in folder over here, we want to create a new folder with these square brackets, double square brackets. Inside of it, I'll say ... sign-in. So basically this is a catch all route. Whatever comes after sign in, it will catch it. You don't need to understand it right now. Just understand that this is needed so that Clerk can work properly, right? With sign in and all. And I'll move this page.jsx inside of this sign in route as well. Again, we will go on and understand routing in depth in this video. So then I will show you, the exact docs where you can find information about all of these things, catch, route, and all of those, right? So yeah, this is the sign in page, and let me just copy it and duplicate it inside of the auth. And here I will simply call it sign up. And it's important to keep the name exactly same as what you gave in here in the .env file, right? I gave sign in and sign up, so that's what I'm keeping over here. I think there's some issue. Let me just delete this folder and create it from scratch. So inside the auth, I'll create a new folder for sign up. Inside this new folder with double square brackets, ... sign-up. Inside this, I'll create a new file for page.jsx. Okay. Now, whenever we click on that sign in button, it should take us to that sign in page. So if I let's just say sign out, and if I click on this sign in button, so let me just write something different over here. So let's say sign in page, right? So now if I click on over here, it took me to sign in page, and you can see it has some slash this gibberish after it, right? To, basically redirect us after the sign in all. So this is for clerk, right? We don't need to worry about all of these things. So that is why we had added that catch all route. So cool. We are in the sign in page, but we cannot see anything. It's because we have not added the sign in component from clerk. And if you go on over here, instead of this div, I'll just simply say sign in, and we will import this component from clerk/next.js. Oh, sorry, not button. It should be sign in. Let's just change the name of this page. It's just exactly the same. So I'll say sign in page. Let's say over here. Yep, like that. And now if I go back, if I refresh this, we should see a sign in component. Yep, just like that. You can see we need to just style it and, bring it in the middle, but this is a good progress. We can see now the sign in component. Similarly, I'll just copy it up, copy the whole thing up and go to the sign up and paste it. Instead of sign in now, I'll say sign up. There we go. If I say sign up, it should take us to the sign up form and /sign up page. Great. Now let's bring them in the middle. And I told you, right, we have this layout file over here. But if we make changes to this file, it will affect the whole application. So how do we create a layout file which only makes changes to both of these folders? So remember, we created this auth. Now we can create a new file over here, layout.js or JSX, whatever, right? I'll say RAFCE inside of it, layout folder, and it will take children in the param, and we can render these children over here. Okay, now whatever change we make inside of this div will affect both of these children's, the sign up and sign in. So I'll say class name of displayFlex, justify to be center, padding top is going to be 20. Let's see if this works or not. If I go back, yep, it does seem to work. Amazing. Let's go to our sign in page. Beautiful. And I'll just say some padding bottom of, let's just say 5. All right. Now, some of you might think that I want to make changes to this style of this component, right? How do we make change over there? So let's go to our layout.js, the parent layout.js file. And over here, I showed you we had this appearance tag. And you can find these things in the clerk documentation over here as well. So I'll say variables. Inside the variables, we can change the color variables. And if you just, come over here and press Control space, you will see a bunch of different variables over here, along with the description that what it exactly does. So basically what I'm doing over here is I'm changing the color primary, color background, color for input text, input background and input text. So now if I go back, you will see, now it has completely changed the theme. It's with respect to what I am trying to build over here inside of my app. If you want to make some specific changes, then you can say elements. And inside this elements, let's say form button. I want to change the form button primary. And over here, I can provide some class names. Let's say I'll say button purple to be 600. And when I hover on it, it should be background purple to be 700. Let me just close this from the side. And now if I go back, you can see we have this button purple with the purple background. Awesome. Let's just make the text white. Text white. Okay, this looks good. But I think I prefer that blue more. So I'll just remove this over here. It's your choice. I want to make changes to the card as well. I want to keep the background to gray. So I'll say background gray 800. Yep, you can see it changed the color. Let's say if I want to change the header title and subtitle, I can make changes to that as well. There we go. I made it blue. So yep, this is highly customizable. And again, you can go to Clerk's official documentation and read more about all of these things. Now, one thing that I want to implement over here is when our user is not signed in, they should not be able to access the internal pages of our application. Like for example, if I have the onboarding page, right, /onboarding page for user, someone can only access this page if they are, signed in inside of our app. So to add these rules, as I mentioned before, we will be using this middleware file. And inside this, we have this clerk middleware function, right? This is going to be helping us. So first of all, we need to define the routes which will be private. So I'll say is protected route, and I'll import something called as create route matcher from Clerk. So it's slash Clerk slash Next.js slash server. Make sure you import it from over here. Inside this will take an array. And here we can define the different routes that we want to protect. Like for example, if you want to protect the slash onboarding route along with other routes such as organization, project, issue, sprint, right? All of these route, I mean this sprint route won't be existing. But if you want, you can, add it over there. So basically we are protecting whole of our app from an unauthorized access. Now we can take this is protected route, and over here inside of Clerk middleware, it will take a callback function, and it takes the auth and request. And here we can write the logic. So I'll say if the user is not signed in. So I'll say auth, and it basically takes the user ID and is protected route, the one that we created over here, right? And we'll provide it with this request object here. And this will check automatically if the user is inside of this route or not. So if user is not logged in and they are trying to access these routes, what will we do? We will, redirect them to sign in. So I'll say return auth dot redirect to sign in. Yep, this should work. Let's find out. If I try to go to slash onboarding, it should redirect us to the sign in page. Amazing. Okay, so now let's go on and build our header component. So for that, I will go to my header.jsx file. And let's just ignore this code for now. Instead of this div, I'll say header. Inside this header, I'm going to have a nav tag, which will contain a link tag. And by the way, link tag in Next.js is used for, routing us to some other place. So whatever we write inside of href over here, so let's say this will be the logo of our app, right? So I'll say href slash, whenever we click on it, it will take us to slash. And here we will keep an image. And images Next.js is a bit different. We use this image tag from next slash image because Next.js optimizes all of the images for us. So that's why make sure you use this image tag over here. And let's just get our images first and keep it inside of a public folder. So first of all, I'll create a new folder over here called public. And to get all of our images, now you can use your own images as well. Or you can go to my GitHub repository by clicking the link in the description down below. And over here, we have this public folder. Make sure to get all of these things inside of this. We are going to be needing all of these things. Like for example, this logo over here. So I have included two types of logos over here. I have included these company logos for, later on we will create some carousel. So make sure you download all of these and put them inside of this public folder right over here. Okay, great. So let's go to our header now, and I'll say src equals to slash logo2.png. Let's give it some alt text as well, which is going to be Scrum logo. It will take width and height. So I'll say width to be 200 and height to be 56. You can adjust it according to you, whatever you want. And apart from that, I'll have a class name for this, which is going to be height to be 10. Width is going to be auto, so it's going to be adjusting it accordingly. And object fit to be contain. So object dash contain. Now let's see if I go onto my website. Yeah, amazing. We can see the logo. Let's give the header, the parent tag, some class name. I'll say container and margin horizontal to be auto. And this nav over here, I'm going to give this some class name of padding vertical to be 6, some horizontal padding to be 4, and flex justify between, so that apart from image we will have these things, right? User button and all. So these are on the far ends, so that justify between, and items to be centered to vertically center them. Let's see. Okay, looks good. Let me just take this nav and wrap these along with it as well. Okay, now regarding all of these, I'll just keep them inside of a div over here. So let me just wrap them inside of this div. First of all, we will be having a button for creating the project. So I'll say a link tag over here, href to be slash project slash create. This is going to be our URL for creating the project. And then inside of it, we will have the button component from Shadcn UI. So make sure you import it from that. And we have a span tag over here, which will say create project. Okay, let's see. Yep, we can see this, but I don't want it to be just this simple, right? I want it to have a red color. So this button over here have different variants. So what I'll use is destructive, and you can, check out all of these variants, separate variants in the Shadcn UI docs. So variant equals destructive. Now this will make it red. Yep, awesome. Let's include an icon over here as well. So we get this lucid icon library along with Shadcn UI. So I'll say pen box. This is the icon that we'll be using, and let's just give this a size of let's say 18. Okay, let's check it out. Yeah, looks awesome. Let's give this button some class name of display flex, items to be center, and some gap of 2 between both of these. All right. Now below this link, I'm gonna have this sign out with signed in button inside of it, just like we've done it earlier. Great. Whenever we sign in, what will we do? We'll say force redirect. So we want to redirect it to /onboarding. And this won't be a self-closing tag anymore. We will have a custom button because it's just showing text at this point. So button, and let's just say login, and let's just give it a variant of outline. So I'll just copy this variant over here and I'll say outline. Let's see. Yep, this looks good. Let's give this div some class name over here as well, which will simply be display flex, items to be center, and some gap of 4 between both of these. So yep, now it looks much more better. And below this, we have this user button. So we want to customize this user button a little bit. So let's just create a separate component for this altogether. So over here in the components, I'm going to create a new file for user menu.jsx. Oops, menu.jsx. RAFCE user menu. Let me just import this user menu inside of our header right over here. Okay, cool. We've imported it, and now let's just remove this import from here. Now I'm going to go back to user menu, and instead of this div, I'll have user button component, but we will customize it a little bit. First of all, for this, for the appearance of this button, right? I'll simply say go inside of it. I'll take the elements. Which element are we going to be targeting? We're going to be targeting the avatar box, the user avatar box, and I will just adjust the height and width a little bit. So width will be 10 and height will be 10, just a little bit bigger. So let's just log in, continue with Google, and we are on onboarding page, which doesn't exist yet, but no worries. Yep, you can see now it looks much better inside of it. Now, one thing, you can see we have just manage account and sign out over here, but later on, we will have the organization page, right? And that is a route which is very frequently visited. So I want that route to be inside of over here. So that is customizable as well. Here inside of it, I'll say user button dot menu items. Inside of this, I'll say user button dot link. And this will actually be a self-closing tag. And here I'll say label to be my organization or organizations. And it will have label icon to be chart no axis Gantt. Yeah. Again, you can keep whatever icon that you want. This is just my preference over here. And obviously we have not given the size to this. Let's just say 15. And one more thing that we have not given is href. Where does it take us? It will take us to onboarding screen where we can choose our organizations. Could not find, my bad. This component is supposed to be a client component. Now, what are client and server components? So let me show you. So when I do this use client, we can implement features like hooks and all of make this component very dynamic, right? If this is a server component, this will be rendered on the server and JavaScript cannot run over there, right? So this is basically a static component. So to make it dynamic, we're going to be using use client flag over here, and this will make it dynamic. So now when we see this, okay, looks good. Let's just move it above this manage account. So I'll say all of the actions, that is user button dot action label will be manage account. It will be below it, right? I think they should do it. Yep, that works. Okay, great. If I click on it, it will take me to onboarding screen, which we are already on. So now again, if I click it, yep, amazing. So our app is working flawlessly until this point. All right, now is the time to set up our database, a Postgres SQL database. So click the link in the description down below and you will land on Neon. And this is the database that we will be using. It is based on Postgres SQL database. Click on get started and it will ask us to create our free account. Let's just choose Google over here. Now let's choose our project name. I'm gonna say Scrum database, you can keep it empty and create project. And we are in. And now over here, you can see we have different tools with which we can connect our app to. And we will be using Prisma. Prisma ORM will make it super easy for us to communicate to this PostgreSQL database. So first of all, what I'll do, I'll go to overview over here and click on roles and databases. First of all, I'll add a new role. So I'll say roadside coder, create, and you're going to see this window, just close it. And now after this, we will create our database. So let's say Scrum and choose the owner to be roadside coder and create. All right, great. We have created it. Now go to dashboard over here, and here in the database, select Scrum and role to be roadside coder. Now this is the connection string that we will be using to connect to our database, or basically to our Neon database. So let's just select it and copy it up. Go back to our app in the .env file, and right in the bottom, I'm going to say database underscore URL equals to this right over here. And yeah, this database URL is what we will be using later on to connect to our database. And now we don't need to touch our .env again. So if you go back to Neon and go to tables over here, this is where our whole data will live, right? I've already selected this Scrum over here. But you know what? Let's just first go on and build that beautiful landing page that we saw at the beginning of this video. But before moving forward, I'd like to tell you that I want to build the absolute best Next.js course for you guys. And for that, I want you guys to tell me what you're expecting from that course. So I've given the link to a Google form in the description down below. Just go on and fill that Google form if you want me to create a Next.js course, and let me know your feedback on what are all the things that you will want to see in that particular course, so that I can make that course the absolute best on the internet. And we'll go to this page.js file over here. And first of all, you can see we have this beautiful dotted background, right? Which gives a very modern feel to our application. So how do we make this? So I'll go to my layout.js and let's just add a class name to our body tag. Let's say dotted dash background. And obviously this is a custom class that we need to create. So let's go inside of globals.css, and here I'll say dotted background. And inside of it, I'll first of all give this a dark blue background color. So it will look something like this. Background image will be radial gradient. And here simply we are saying that have a green dot background, and rest is going to be transparent. And then we will say background size to be 30 pixel and 30 pixel. So it repeats after every 30 pixel, right? So let me show you. Yep, just like that. It looks awesome. All right, so now let's first create that beautiful heading just like this, right? So in the page.jsx, inside this div, I'm going to have different sections. First, let's just say is going to be the hero section, which will contain our heading and CTAs. So I'm going to create a section div and have a h1 inside of it, which will simply say streamline your workflow. And let's just say I'll have a br tag to break the line, and I'll have a span after it. Inside of it, I'll say width and the image tag. So image, and I will include the logo of our app. So just like before, I'm going to have a src tag with logo2.png, a alt tag, some width and height according to us. So let's just import this image tag over here, and let's just give this some styles. So in the smaller screens, height will be 14. In the screens bigger than the smaller screens, that is bigger than 640 pixel, I'm going to have height 24. Width is going to be auto, and object fit contain. Let's check it out. Okay, we will style these as well, don't worry. Below this h1, I'm going to have a paragraph tag, which will simply say empower your team with our intuitive project management solution. Below that, I'm going to have two buttons for our, basically two CTAs. So let's just import link from next/link. href is going to be /onboarding. So this button is going to be for get started. And we're not going to be writing it like this. I'm going to be keeping it inside of a button tag, which will be coming from Shadcn UI. So let's just import it from /UI folder. And this button will have size of large, and class name will be margin right to be 4. So I'm going to create some spacing on the right, and let's just have a icon over here as well, which is going to be chevron right. Size will be 18, and class name will be margin left to be 1. Okay, that's nice. Let's just duplicate this, and I'm going to have another button for learn more. So learn more. And this will have a variant to be outline. So let's see. Yep, that looks good. And href will be hash features. So features will be right below this, right? When we click on it, it should go to this key features section. Okay, that's nice. Now let's go on and style all of these things. Let me just, first of all, our div will have the minimum height of screen, that is 100 VH. For our section, I'm gonna have the container class, the margin horizontal to be auto, some padding vertical to be 20, and text to be center. Let's see. Yep, everything is in the center right now. For this H1, I'm gonna have the class name of text 6XL. In the smaller screens, in the bigger screens, it will say 7XL. In the screen more than 1024 pixel, I'm gonna have 8XL, and font is going to be extra bold. Then we will have this special class called gradient title, which we haven't created yet, but I will create it in just a moment. Padding bottom to be 6, display flex, and flex to be column. Let's see. Okay, this looks good. But you might have noticed we have this beautiful gradient-like style, right? So this is made possible by using this gradient title class. So if I go back to my globals.css, I'm going to add this custom class over here. And if you have seen my previous project tutorials as well, I use this a lot, right? So actually not inside of over here, since we are going to be making, like, we're going to be using Tailwind CSS classes inside of it. I'm going to be including it inside of utilities. Yep, right here, over here. And here I'm going to say at apply. First of all, I'll say font extra bold. Now we're going to include gradient, right? So background dash gradient to bottom right. So it will start from top left and go to bottom right. And I'll simply say start from blue 500, go through this blue 100, that is it's almost white, till blue 400. Then I'm going to say clip the background with respect to the text. So I'm going to say background clip to be text, tracking tighter so that texts are a little bit closer, text to be transparent. So we only need to see the background, some padding left and padding bottom. Okay, let's see. Yep, you can see how beautiful this looks. And we will be using this class name in many places inside of our app, right? So this is the power of Tailwind CSS, that it provides us with such features. Now coming back to our page.js, for this span, I'm going to have a class name of display flex so that they are on single line, mx to be auto so that they are in the middle horizontally, some gap to be 3, and in the bigger screen, gap is going to be 4, and items to be centered vertically, just like this. Amazing. This looks beautiful. Let's style this paragraph tag as well. So for this paragraph, I'm going to say class name to be text XL. It will have the gray 300 color, some margin bottom of 10, and maximum width is going to be 3XL, and obviously MX auto so that it's in the middle as well, just like that. And you can see some padding bottom, margin bottom that we have given, so that it has created this beautiful, gap between these. Awesome. So we have created our hero section. Let's create this features section, the key features section. And I think this gap is a little bit too much. Let's just keep it margin right to 2. How about that? Let's just remove this from here. Yeah, I think that's fine. All right, so below this section, I'm going to have another section div, which will contain a div. And inside of this, I'll have a h3, which will simply say key features. Now below this h3, I'll have a div, which will contain all of our, key features, the cards in form of key features. So let me show you how a card looks like in Shadcn UI. So right here, yep, this is what a card is. If you go to the code, yep, a card has a header, description, content, footer, etc. Right? So let me just copy this up. We're going to be needing this. Inside this div, I'm going to have a features array. So let's just create a features array. And this is basically going to be a static data. So I'll just keep it right here. Now you can fully customize it with whatever you like. You can just, if you don't want to customize it, you can just take this from my GitHub repo. So, right over here inside this page.js, I've included this features array as well. So if you want, you can just copy it up from over here. But if you want to customize it, you can create your own. Now this has a title, description, and the icon along with it. So let's just import icon from Lucid React. So Lucid React, this calendar and bar chart. Okay. So this basically defines all of the main features of our apps. Let's just copy it up, and I'm going to take one single feature and the index. And here, let's just have that card code that we copied. So this this code right here. Let's say return and paste it. Let's just give it a key of index, and obviously we're supposed to import it as well. So let's see, we're not going to be needing footer and the card description. Let's just import card content, and in fact this card header as well, we're not going to be needing it. So inside of card content, I'm going to have, first of all, this fitting each and every feature, right? So let's just render the icon. So feature dot icon, just like this. Let's give it some class name of height to be 12, width to be 12, margin bottom to be 4, and text blue to be 300. Let's go back to our app. Card is not defined. Okay, I have imported. Okay, yeah. So yeah, you can see card. Currently it looks, in a vertical position. Let's give it a display grid. So in this div, I'm gonna say class name to be grid, and grid columns to be 1 in the smaller screens, just like this, the way that we saw. But in the larger screens, we want 3 columns, right? So 3 columns, just like this. So gap 8. And also let's just give this section class names as well. Section, let's say ID will be features, because we want to press that learn more button and come back to this features ID. Class name will be background gray of 900, padding y to be 220, and padding horizontal to be 5. Now this will have some gray background as well. Let's give this div some container class and margin horizontal to be auto. And for our h3 of key features, I'm going to say text to be 3XL, font to be bold, margin bottom to be 12, and text to be center of the screen. So like this. Okay, let's just include more things over here. Like I'm going to have a h4 over here, which will simply contain our feature dot title, and we will have feature dot description, and this will be a paragraph. Let's see now. Okay, let's style them. First of all, for our card, I'll say class name to be background gray to be 800, and this card content will have some padding top to be 6. Okay, yeah, that's much better. For the title, I'm gonna say text XL, font to be semi-bold, and some margin bottom to be 2. And let's make paragraph a little dim, so text gray to be 300, so that it looks a little bit lighter. Yep, that looks great. Now below this, we're going to have this carousel component. Yep, this is going to be interesting. Let me show you. So if I go to Shadcn UI and carousel, if I go to code over here, yeah, we have this parent tag of carousel. Carousel content will contain all of the items. And if you want to keep, previous next button, which we don't want to keep, so we can write it like this. Let's see some examples. So the example that we are going to be using is this at the very bottom, which is going to be auto playing. And for that, we will need to install this Embla carousel autoplay as well. So let me just copy it up. So cool. Let's just install this along with it, because we're going to be needing it. So inside of our terminal, I'll say npm install Embla carousel autoplay. So right below this section, I'm going to have another section. And actually, it's going to be very similar to what we've already done. So I'm just going to copy it, the whole thing up, paste it over here, and just remove this part. Instead of key features, I'll say trusted by industry leaders. Section, not gonna have this ID. Class name, let's just keep padding y to be 20 and not this. And rest of the things will be same. Let's see. Okay, yeah, looks good. We don't want any background over here as well. Now, instead of this div, actually, we're going to be having a lot of dynamic logic inside of it, right? So we can't keep it as a server component. So this is a server component. You can see there's no use client over here, because this is something that we want to be rendered on the server so that this ranks on Google, right? So I'm just going to remove this div from over here, and I'll create a separate component called company carousel, right? So let's just go on and create this component. In the components folder, I'll say company carousel.jsx, RAFCE, company carousel. Now let's just take this and import it right here. Okay. So now in this company carousel, we're going to be showing all of the images in the carousel, right? So how do we get these images? We already have imported them over here in this companies folder inside of public. And let's just create a folder for data where we will keep all of this static data for company. So let's just create a new file for companies.json, right? We will keep all the static data over here. And we have all of these companies: Amazon, Atlassian, Google, IBM, Meta, etc., etc. Let me just create a data real quick for this, just like that. So we will have the name, the path to that particular company, which is /company/Amazon, and the ID, right? So again, you can get this from my GitHub repo as well. So let's go on and render this over here. So let's go back to our Shadcn UI docs. And over here, you can see we have to first get this carousel tag over here. So let me just add this carousel tag, and let's just import this autoplay from Embla carousel. So let's just keep the duration 2 seconds only. Yeah, that's fine. Inside of this carousel, we're gonna have the carousel content, again imported from the UI folder of the components, which is right here. Inside this, we will be rendering all of the companies. So companies, let me just import it over here. So import companies from @/data/companies. Let's see if this is correct or not. What's wrong? Data/companies. I think this is fine. Also, let's import this carousel from UI/carousel. So let's just say companies.map. And inside this map, we're going to be rendering all of these companies. So since these are the images, so I'll say return image tag. For each image tag, let's just first import this image tag. I'll say src equals, let's just take all of these three things over here. So name, path, ID. So src will be this path right here. And let's just give this key as well. Let's just wrap this in the carousel item. I forgot that. So carousel item. Let's wrap this inside of over here. And here I'll say key to be ID. It will have the alt of the name. Alt tag will be name, width, and some height. And let's just give class name of height to be 9. In the bigger screen, height to be 14. Width to be auto, and object contain just like previously. Let's go and check it out. Let's refresh this. What's wrong? Cannot be. Oh, yeah, we need to make this a client component as I mentioned. So use client. Let's see now. Okay. Yeah, this is not looking good. First of all, we need to remove this semicolon from here. Inside of the carousel item, we need to give this some class name of basis to be 1/3 in the smaller screen. And larger screen, I'll say basis, larger screen, basis to be 1/6. We're gonna show 6 items in the bigger screens and 3 items in the smaller screen. And this is only flex basis, right? We're just defining how many percentage we want. So yeah, that looks good, I guess. Let's just give this some, gap between each other. So for our carousel content, I'm gonna say class name to be display flex, gap to be 5 between them. In the bigger screens, I'm gonna say gap to be 20, and vertically align them to be centered by item center. Yeah, that looks much more better. For the whole div, I'll just give it some class name. So not div, this carousel tag. I'm gonna say width to be full and padding vertical to be 10. So we have gap, some gap over here. Next, we will have frequently answered question accordions, right? So we'll have to prepare data for this as well. So let's create a new file over here for FAQs.json. Again, full freedom to you. Whatever you want to keep over here in terms of question and answers with respect to your app. But I have kept these, static question and answers, which you can get again from my GitHub repository. So what is Scrum? How does Scrum compare to other project management tool? Is it suitable for all, etc., etc. Cool then. Let's go back to our page.jsx and let's first import this. So import FAQs from @data/FAQs. Yep, we're gonna be needing this. Now over here, let's just duplicate this section. And for the class name, I'll just take this class name over here and put it over here because now we want background again. And for H3, I'll keep frequently answered questions. Okay. Now over here, we're gonna have a accordion component. Let's see what accordion component is all about. So if I go to Shadcn UI accordion, yep, this is it. And to use this, we need to get this code over here. Okay, let's import this accordion from, make sure you import from /UI only, not radix UI. The item as well, the trigger, and the content. Okay, but this is not enough. We need to do a map, right? So I'll say FAQs.map. callback inside of it. And let's move this accordion item to be inside of over here. Let's just give this a key of, let me just first take the FAQ over here and the index. Now key will be index. For the title, I'll FAQ dot question, and for the content, I'll say FAQ dot answer. Let's just give this okay, accordion. We have added the key, and for the value, it's gonna have different value for each and every one of them. So let's just say in the backtick, I'll say item number whatever the index is. So using this, oops, not this index over here inside of template string, and I'll give this some class name of width full as well. And I don't think we need anything else. Let's go back and check it out. Okay, we can see our frequently asked questions rendered over here as well. Now in the end, we need this call to action with this animated button jumping over here, right? So it's going to be pretty simple. Let's go back and let's duplicate this. And actually, I'll just duplicate this one because we don't need any background, right? So just like that. Actually, I'll say text center and padding horizontal to be 5. Instead of this, I'm going to say ready to transform your workflow. And here, I'll have a paragraph tag, which will say join thousands of teams already using Scrum to streamline their projects. Let's just give this some styles of text Excel and margin bottom to be 12. Let's check it out. Okay, we need to have the CTA over here as well. So right below this paragraph, I'll have a link tag. Inside this, I'll have a button tag, which will say start for free, and it will have the arrow right icon, which I'll import from Lucid React, and class name will be margin left to be 2. Height and width to be 5. So it expects the href string, obviously. So I'll say href to be /onboarding. Yeah, this looks good. Let's check it out. If I go to bottom, yep, we need that animation over here as well, right? And this has a little bit too much space. So I'll say margin bottom to be 6 over here. Let's remove this text center. Button will have the size of large, and class name will be animate bounce so that it bounces over there. Let's see. Okay, amazing. If I click on it, it's going to take me to /onboarding page, which obviously does not exist yet. Great. So we are done with our landing page and it looks amazing. It looks honestly so much beautiful. Whenever an interviewer, or I'm pretty sure whenever a recruiter sees this page, they will absolutely love it and revert to your application as well. And if you're someone who's preparing for front-end interviews, you can definitely go and check out my front-end interview preparation course. This is the only thing that you will ever need to prepare for your front-end interviews. And not only this, I've covered every single topic of React.js, like React Router DOM, Redux, all of the hooks, class-based component, function-based component React, even the performance optimization, which is asked from senior developers a lot, tons of machine coding questions as well, and obviously in-depth interview preparation course on JavaScript as well. And not just this, along with this course, you get an active Discord community where you can ask your doubts whenever you get stuck, and we will be there to help you. So click the link in the description down below, because right now we're having the biggest sale of the year for a very limited time. So don't forget to check it out. Or you can also scan this QR code on your screen to go directly to the course page. Now let's go on and dive into some logic, right? Let's connect our database to our application by using Prisma and start creating our tables. Alright, so I've come back to my terminal and I'll install Prisma. So npm install -d as a dev dependency, Prisma. So what is Prisma? So Prisma is basically an ORM. And an ORM is used for managing our data and make connection with it and create the database schemas, make the queries to our database to do CRUD operations and much more, right? So if you're going to use the simple SQL queries, it's going to be very hard for us to write the queries, but Prisma makes it so much easier for us. Let me show you. So we've installed Prisma, right? So I'll say npx Prisma init, and it's going to initialize Prisma inside of our project. So you're gonna see this is the folder right here, and this schema.prisma is where we will be creating all of our database tables. And you can see it has all automatically picked up this database URL, which was inside of our .env. So we have already added this database URL, so it's going to be connecting to that automatically. Great. let's go on and create our database models. But before that, let me just explain you what are all the tables that are going to be inside of our database. There we go. This is how our database will look like. So let's understand one by one. So in our database, we have a user table, right? So this is basically a clerk user table. So this user table, if we want, we have option to not store the user data over here because we are already storing it inside of clerk, right? But I want to create a separate user table because that will make our job much more easier. So we have the ID for the database and we are storing the clerk user ID as well, so that whenever we have to make, do some operation with clerk, we can use this ID. And we have email, name, image URL, created at, updated at, etc. Okay. Now we have separate organizations inside of a project, right? We can create an organization, we can join some other organization, so that entirely will be managed by clerk. But inside of each organization we will have projects, and each project will have an ID, name, key, a unique key. Let's say for example, if it's roadside coder is the name of the organization, right? And I'm gonna keep RCPR, let's say R for roadside coder projects, right? So that will be the key, it will be unique, RCPR. And what, like, all of the sprints that we will create inside of this project will work on that key, like RCPR1, RCPR2, etc. Right? So this key is very important, and you might have seen this in Jira as well. There's going to be a description for this particular project, the organization ID that the project belongs to, created at, updated at, right? Now, in this project, we will have sprints, right? So we have a foreign key relation to this sprint table right here. So inside of the sprint table, we have a foreign key of project ID. Now, if you have used SQL before, or Prisma, or you might have watched my previous tutorials, I've explained what foreign key is all about. It's basically a connection to a foreign table, right? In this case, it's project table. And a particular sprint will have the ID, the name, which will automatically be decided using this key, right? Start date, end date, a status, like if the sprint is planned in the planning phase currently, if it's started, that is if it's active, or if it has ended, right? And then created at and updated at. Now each sprint is going to have multiple different issues. So an issue will have both of the foreign key, like an issue belongs to a project and an issue belongs to a sprint as well, right? So over here for the issue we have ID, title, description, status, like if it's in to do, in progress, in review, completed, etc., right? Order. So this basically order is something that will be the order that it is inside of the table that it is currently in, like in the to do in the second number. So this basically will be helpful to order it inside of our Kanban board or sprint board. I'll show you that later on. Don't worry about it right now. Priority, if it's low, medium, high, urgent, priority. Assignee ID, right? So it is assigned to a particular person, and a reporter ID as well. So the person who has created is going to be having a reporter ID over here, and the person that this is assigned to will be the assignee ID. So both of them will contain the foreign key to a user table. A project ID, which project does this issue belongs to? Sprint ID, which issue does this sprint belongs to? So both of these foreign keys as well. Okay. And I guess that's pretty much it for the database structure. Let's go on and see how we can create all of these tables inside of our database. So I'll go back to this schema.prisma file. And here, first of all, let's go on and create the user table. So let me just bring in that code real quick, and then I'll explain you. So yeah, we have a model user. And as I explained you, it will have the ID, the clerk user ID, email, name, and so our database ID will generate a default ID by default, which will be a CUID, which means like CUID is basically just like UUID, but it is a little short in length. So if you want, you can use UUID as well, doesn't really matter. Then we will store the clerk user ID, the user ID that is stored inside of clerk for that particular user. The email of that user, it is again going to be unique. The name of the user is going to be a string, and I've added question mark over here. That means this is optional. Image URL, again string, but optional. Created issues. Now over here, as I already showed you, created issues. Now a user will have the array of created issues inside of the table, and the assigned issues as well, so that in the organization page we can quickly, like when user is on the dashboard, we can quickly show him his created issues or the assigned issues. And this is basically being decided using this, right? Every issue has the assignee ID and reporter ID, so we will calculate using this. Then the created at and the updated at, right? Every table will have this. Whenever we create it, it will be now by default. Then next, we will have the project model, right? So as I already explained you, a project will have an ID, and by default, I'm generating a CUID over here, a name, a key, a description, the organization that this project belongs to, and here we will, store the clerk organization ID, all of the sprints under that particular project, all of the issues under that particular project. Again, this is calculated using that foreign key relation that we have added to it and created at and updated at. Now, notice what I'm doing over here. I'm saying at unique organization ID and key. Now, in one organization, there can only be one project with this key, right? So this key cannot be duplicated. And this combination will help us, later on when we are trying to get probably issues for that particular project, add some safe checks, etc. Let's see how our sprint model will look like. Again, for our sprint, as I've showed you, we will have the ID of string, and we will generate some CUID by default, name of the sprint, the start date, the end date, the type will be date time, the status of that sprint. Now this sprint status will basically be an enum that we will be creating. How do you create an enum? So enum is basically, we are restricting it to these three values only. Either it can be planned, active, or completed, right? So sprint status can be either of these three things. And by default, I'm going to put planned whenever we create a sprint, right? Now notice, I've mentioned that we will have the foreign key relation to the projects table, right? So this is how you create a foreign key relation. We're saying project ID and whatever the string, like whatever the ID of that project is. And we're telling Prisma that this project ID, so we have to do at relation, and then we're telling the fields inside of this table, that is project ID, references to the ID inside of this project table, that is this table over here, right? So this is how you define a foreign key relation. And I'm doing on delete to be cascade. That means whenever a project is deleted, all of the sprints inside of it will be deleted as well. That is, we are cascading it. Then we will have the array of issues inside of that particular sprint and created at and updated. Let's see the issues table now. So the issues table would look something like this. So it will have the ID with a string, again, default CUID, title, an optional description, the status. Okay. So issue status will also be either of 4 values, right? To do, let me show you. So to do, in progress, in review, and done, right? That's why we have provided an enum, again, a custom value. Then we will have the order. As I mentioned, this will store the order within the same column. And I will explain you as we will go on to create our sprint board later on. Priority. So issue will have a priority, right? Which can be either of 4, low, medium, high, or urgent. So we will create an enum for this as well, issue priority, and we will assign it to this particular key. Then comes assignee. As I've already showed you right here, we will have the assignee ID and the reporter ID, right? So we will have this assignee ID and reporter ID, and we need to connect it to our user table, right? As a foreign key. So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying in user table, we are saying the assignee, and field will be assignee ID and refer to the ID of that particular user table. That is exactly what we have done inside of user table as well. You can see we have added the relation of assignee, and it is important to keep the same exact text that you have provided right over here, the same exact key. Same for reporter as well. I'm saying reporter ID belongs to a user table. Now we will have the project ID, again the same way of adding the foreign key, and on delete cascade, whenever a project is deleted, all of the issues related to the project will also be deleted. Same for the sprint as well. But in this case, whenever a sprint is deleted, I'm saying set null. Set this sprint ID to null right here, so that it can be reassigned to probably some other sprint if we have that feature inside of our project, right? Okay. Then we'll have created at and updated at, and again. Now notice I've added this at index over here, and I've added this status and order. That is, these both go along with each other, because later on we will be adding a filter functionality inside of our sprint board, right? And this thing will help us to make those query even faster. Like we will say in the to-do column, arrange this issue to one step upward or one step downwards, right? So in those cases, this thing will help us massively. And yeah, that is pretty much it for our table. Let's generate all of these tables so that we can, push it inside of our NeonDB. So I'm going to go inside of terminal over here, and I'll say npx Prisma generate. Now, notice what this will do. So if you have to use, normal SQL, we, do some SQL queries like create table and all of those things, right? So this generate is going to be writing SQL queries with respect to these tables right here. Let me show you. So if I go on over here, you're going to see, oh, now it's right now it's not generated, but we have to do npx Prisma migrate dev. And after this, it will, create tables inside of our NeonDB, and it will show us what queries it used to create that. We don't actually need to worry about that much. It's going to ask the name for the migration. Let's say create tables and press enter. And now you're going to see it has created this migration folder over here. If you go inside of it, in this migration.sql, you can see it has created this create type, sprint status, and as enum, create table user. So, right, if we were not using Prisma, we had to write so much of code, write so much of SQL queries, and separate foreign key relations for each and every one of them. It's a mess, right? So let's just close this. We don't need to worry about all of these things. Let's go back to our NeonDB now. Over here, so over here in the tables, we should have all of our tables over here. Let's select Scrum. There we go. We have the issues table with all of those, keys that we added. We have the project, we have the sprint, we have the user. Amazing. We have successfully initialized our database with all of these tables. Now there's one more thing that we need to do over here. So come down to this lib folder over here and create a new file called prisma.js. Now inside of this, we will write the code which will help us to query our database. So I'm going to say export const db equals global this dot prisma or new prisma client. Now, what have I done over here? Oops, this should be or over here. Okay. So first of all, if our global object contains anything like, Prisma variable, we will take that inside of this DB. Else we will say new Prisma client. So how do we add it to this global this variable? I'm going to say if process.env.node_env is not equal to production, then we will say global this dot Prisma equals db. Okay, so what have I done over here? So here, basically, in Next.js, we have hot reloading, right? And every time that happens, it's going to be creating a new Prisma client if we, just wrote it like this. So that is not what we want. We don't want to create a new Prisma client every single time. So what we did is, we're saying, if it's not in the production mode, that is, it's still in the development state, then assign this to this global variable once and just keep using it again and again from right there, right? Let me just add a small explanation for you guys so that you guys don't forget it later on. You can refer to this explanation. All right, cool. So we have set up Prisma as well along with our database. Now what I want to do is whenever a user is logged in, like we're using Clerk to log in inside of our app, right? So we want to push the user data to our database as well. So what I'll do, I'll create a function over here in this lib folder only. So this lib folder, I'll create a new file called check user.js. Now here, notice what I'll do. So I'll say export const check user. And this will be an asynchronous function. Now inside of this, first I'm supposed to get the current user from Clerk, right? So await current user and make sure to import it from clerk/nextjs/server and assign this to a user variable. Okay. Now, first of all, we will check if this user exists or not. So I'll say if user does not exist, then return null. Simple. Otherwise, we will have a try catch block. Inside of which, first of all, I'll check if user already exists inside of our database. So I'll say logged in user equals await and db. We will import it from that Prisma file that we just created, this db. And I'll say that optional chaining over here. I'll say user in the user table. I want to find a unique value, unique with respect to the Clerk user ID. So we will get the Clerk user ID inside of it. So I'll say where Clerk user ID is user.id. This will fetch the user from a database if it's already inside of it. Currently, it is not, right? Since we are doing this for the very first time. Then I'm going to add a check over here as well. I'll say if logged in user already exists, then return logged in user. We don't need to worry about it after it. But if it does not exist, Then let's create a new user inside of our database. So first of all, for our username, I'm going to say const name equals user.firstname and user.lastname from clerk. And then after that, I'll say const new user equals await db.user.create. I'm going to create the user and I'll provide the following data: the clerk user ID, that is user.id, the name, and the image URL, which is user.url. And we are also supposed to provide the email of the user from clerk. So user.email address is because user can have more than one email address, right? We will just take the first one and I'll say dot email address. And that's all. That is all we need to do. In the end, we will just say return this new user. And if there's any error, let's just say console error and I'll just print this error. And yeah, that should do it. Let's just take this and actually I'll go inside of my header file, inside of components, header.js, and I'll call this right here, await check user, and just make sure that this function is an async function, else this won't work. Okay, let's see. If I go back to my app, it's just, oh, we have not imported it yet. Yeah, let's import it. Now let's see. It should refresh it and it should push the data to our database. Okay, I guess it would have pushed it. Let's see, we are on the user table. Let's refresh it. And there we go. Our data is successfully inside of our database. Amazing. Cool. So we are done with the first phase of our app. Now let me go on and create, more internal stuff of our app, like the main functionality, like the user onboarding screen, project creation, etc. So let's first understand how we can create different routes inside of Next.js. I've already given you a brief, like, whenever we write, like when we create a folder with certain name, it will be created as a route, right? So similarly, all of the, you can say protected routes, I'll keep inside of this main folder over here, and I'm wrapping this with the parenthesis so that this main is ignored. Let's go to our browser and inside of Next.js documentation, just Google Next.js docs and go right over here. Now here inside of routing, if you scroll down, it's going to tell you different ways that we can create routes inside of our app. So just click on over here in this project structure, and if you scroll down, it will show you the different routing conventions over here. So inside of particular route, we will have a page and a layout file, just like I've already showed you, right? Layout wraps a particular page. Inside of loading, we can show the loading UI. Inside of not found, we can create a custom not found file as well, which I'll show you again. And if you further scroll down, we have nested routes. Like for example, if you have created folder inside of like slash folder, that will be, considered as a route. So if you come over here in the building application, sorry, not over here in the routing here again. So in there, so you can see if you've created dashboard, that is one route. Inside of it settings, one route again, right? It's coming back to this project structure. Now, what if, so if I go back to the deployed application, we have this /organization /roadside coder. Now this roadside coder can be dynamic, right? For each and every organization, it's going to be different. So for that, we have dynamic routes. So dynamic routes just like this, and we write them using this square brackets. We're going to be like, organization ID or something like that instead of this folder. Then as I've showed you, we have this parenthesis folder, this, groups route without affecting routing. We're just going to completely ignore it. We have the underscore route, right? Underscore, whatever the name of it. So inside of it, whatever you keep inside of it, it will be completely ignored. So you can see opt folder and all child segment out of routing. So we will be creating components folder using underscore components, something like this, right? And we have bunch of different conventions over here. We don't need to worry about those in this particular video. But I am planning to include all of these features inside of my upcoming Next.js course. So make sure that you have filled the form that I've provided in the description down below. All right, so coming back to our app, let's plan all of the different routes inside of our app. So in the main folder, I'm going to have a new folder for onboarding. Inside of this onboarding route, you already know we're going to be having the option to select the organization, the particular organization. Now inside of this onboarding, I'm going to have the catch all route, onboarding, just like this. And I forgot to show you the catch all route, right? So this is basically an optional route. So whenever you create a catch all route, it would look something like this. So like we have this, let's suppose this is onboarding. And after that, we can write anything and that will be ignored. It is good to have, like you can write /a/b/c, whatever, right? And all of those will be taken inside this slug over here, right? Like for example, if you want to provide any ID or some data, you can do that over there as well. And then here inside of it, I'll say page.js. So basically it will work in /onboarding and /onboarding and something after it as well. So page dot, let's say JSX. Apart from that, in the main folder, I'm going to create a new route for organization as well. Inside of it, we're going to have a folder for our one particular organization. So this will be a dynamic route. So I'll say org ID, right? This is how you create dynamic routes. Then we will have a folder for our projects. So I'll just say project. Inside of it, we will have the path for creating a project. We will have the path for one particular project, a dynamic route. So I'll say project ID. Also, inside this project folder, I'm going to be having a underscore route as well. So underscore components. We will write all of the components related to this inside of this components folder, which we are also going to be having inside of this org ID. So underscore components. So as I already showed you, everything including this folder will not be considered as a route inside of it, right? So okay, inside this org ID, I'm going to create a file for page.jsx. Similarly, I'll create it inside of this project ID as well, create as well. Now one more thing, if a page does not exist, this will go to a not found route, right? So if I try to go over here, let's say /project something, right? So we have created the folder, but we have not created anything inside, like we have not written anything inside of the page.jsx, right? So it will still give us 404. So how do we create a custom 404 page? So let's say inside of our app folder, we create a new file called not-found.jsx. And we can write, whatever code that we want for this not found. So I've created this not found function, like component over here, and we can return whatever we like. So I've just simply written 404 page not found. And you will see, if I refresh it now, it will be a custom page. Yep, just like this. It's a custom 404 page. It's optional. If you don't want to create it, don't create it. That's completely fine. So I'm just gonna remove it from right here. So delete. Now for all of the routes inside this main folder, that is all of these folders, I want to create a layout file. So I'm going to create a new file inside of it called layout.js. So this, whatever code that I write inside of it will affect all of these routes, like which will wrap all of these routes. So const layout equals, and I'll take the children inside of it, and we will simply return a div with the class name of container, margin horizontal to be auto, and margin top to be 5. And in the end, we will simply export default layout. That's all. Okay, now let's go on and start working on our onboarding screen. That is to create the organization for users. So I'll just say RAFCE, and let's just call it onboarding for now. So now if I try to go to onboarding page, it should just show me onboarding. Yep, just like that. Okay, let's go on and see how we can create organizations using Clerk. So if I go inside this Clerk dashboard over here, we have this organization tab. Click on enable organization and turn it on. And you should see something like this over here. And whenever a member is added inside of organization, they will have a default role of member. Now over here, if you want more roles for your project, you can create new role from right here. But we don't want, I just want one admin who will manage the organization, and others will be the members, right? And you can add the permissions and all over here as well. We don't need to worry about for this project. We will keep it very simple, right? So the person who creates the organization will have obviously the role of admin, right? And when they add someone inside of an organization, we will have the member by default. If you want, you can select admin as well, but it's good to select member. How many members that we can add inside of our organization? I've just set it to 5. If you want, you can increase the limit as well or decrease it, depends on you. Ability to delete an organization, yep. If you want to give any permission to any member, like over here in the rules, so the members don't have the permission to delete the organization, right? So they cannot delete it, only admin can delete it. And you can go through more options over here. We don't need to worry about all of those. And that's pretty much it to set up the organization inside of our project. Now there's one more thing that I need to add over here in this paths page. Over here you can see we have the home URL, URL for sign in, sign up. So let's just provide it over here. So our sign in is /sign-in, and our sign up is /sign-up. So this will be basically later on useful when we send user email that they have the request to join an organization or something like that. All right, cool. Let's come back to our onboarding component. And inside of this, I'm going to be having a component from Clerk called organization list. Let's see how it looks like. So if I go back to our app in the onboarding, what is it? Cannot be rendered when the feature is turned off. Oh, let's just refresh it. Okay, now it's rendered. You can see it shows my personal account for creating an organization. I don't want to see my personal account, so I'll say hide personal. Now if I go back, awesome. So you can see this UI comes right out of the box from Clerk. If you want to create an organization, just click on it over here. There you go. We have a name and we can choose the slug for our organization as well. Amazing. We can choose the profile picture. This is so cool, all of these things. Let's just style it a little bit. For the class name, I'll say display flex, justify to be center and items to be center so that it's centered in between. And padding top will be 14. So after we've created the organization, we want to push them to /organization/ whatever the slug of that organization is, right? So let's just add the logic for it over here. So how do we get what organization we are part of currently? So I'll say const equals use organization, just like this. If you have seen my previous project tutorials, in Clerk we have user, right? So for organization we have use organization, and let's take out organization inside of it. After it, I'm going to say const router equals use router, and make sure to import it from next/navigation and not the next/router. Okay, then we will have the use effect over here. Also, since we are adding hooks and all over here, this will be a client component. So I'll say use client over here. So use client. Okay. Now for use effect, I'm going to call this use effect whenever this organization changes. Now, first of all, let's just console log and see what do we have inside of it. I don't think we would have anything right now. If I just go to inspect in the console, yep, we see null over here. So instead of this, I'll say if the organization does have something inside of it, I'm going to say router dot push. This is basically going to push us to some other page, and that page is going to be /organization / whatever the slug is. So organization dot slug. That's all. That is all we need to do. Let's go on and try it out. So I'll go back. Oh, one more thing. This should be a dependency array, not directly, right? Make sure to add these brackets over here. Yeah, now if I go back and let's just refresh this page once, and then we'll start the flow from the beginning. So since we are not part of any organization, this will just show us with this dialog box of creating an organization. Let's create a roadside coder organization. It has already given me some slug. We can customize it as well, right? But I'm just going to keep it roadside coder. Let's upload a logo. For example, I'll selected this logo over here and create organization. Let's see what happens. So our organization page does not exist yet. Okay, it's asking me to add any member if we want. The default export is not. Oh yeah, of course, it is not able to route us to that page because that page does not have any code inside of the page. So in the organization, I'm going to create a new folder. Oh, sorry, this already has a folder of org ID. When we have page.json, I'll say RAFCE over here. Let's just say organization like that. And now we should be routed. Yep. /organization / roadside coder. If you want to get this particular slug, we can just go on over here, say params, and let's just, instead of this organization, I'm gonna render the name of the org. So let's, from the param, params. So we have this org ID over here, right? This is what we are supposed to take over here, org ID, and let's just org ID inside of curly braces. Let's see, what do we get? Yeah, we get roadside coder right here. If you want, we can go to our organization. So you remember we have added this option over here to go to /onboarding. We cannot go over there right now because obviously we have selected an organization, so we cannot go back. If you want to create a new organization over here, we will add a option over here to do that as well. Now let's suppose we're on the home page and we are reloading this app for the very first time. You can see our user is reloading and our organization must also be reloading at some point, or loading, not reloading actually. So we want to show some, some sort of loading indicator over here as well. So let's go back to our header component. header component. And actually over here, I'm going to create a new file for user-loading.jsx. And this is going to be a very simple loader. So basically, I'm going to have this user loading component. And inside of this, I'm going to say const equals use organization. And this use organization gives us with is loaded option, is loaded. So this is loaded. We also get it from use user. So I'll say use user. So we need to check if both of them is loaded or not. So let's just rename it to is loaded or is user loaded. So if both of them have not been loaded, we're going to show, let's say a bar loader or something. And if you've watched my previous videos, I like to use React spinners a lot, right? Also, what's going on over here? Let's just fix this to import from Clerk/Next.js. And this will be a client component as well. So use client. Let's install that spinner or loader. So I'll say npm install react-spinners, and this should install it. Now, meanwhile it's installing, I'm gonna come down over here and say if not is loaded, if the organization is not loaded, or is user not loaded, then we will return a bar loader. So let's import it right here, bar loader. I'm gonna say bar loader with the class name of margin bottom to be 4, some width to be 100%, and some color. You can give whatever color to this, right? Red, blue, green, whatever. Else I'm gonna say return empty fragments. That's all. Let's take this. Let's first export it. So export default user loading. Let's take this and go inside of the header.jsx, and at the very bottom below this nav, I'm gonna add this component right here. Let's import it. And now if I go back and refresh this, we should see some sort of loading right below the header. Yep, just like this. You see, it gives us such a professional feel, like gives our application such a professional feel. So there can be a case where an organization is not selected or not created, and user tries to come down on this particular page like /organization/ whatever, right? Now user is already logged in, so it will not log it, it will not redirect it to some other page. So what I want to do, if user is logged in, but they have not selected an organization, or let's say if they have not created an organization, what I want to do is I want to route them to the onboarding page. So I'm going to go back to my middleware file. So this middleware.js right here, inside this clerk middleware, below this if statement, I'm going to write the logic. And let me just write it out real quick and show you guys. So what I've said over here is if user is logged in, auth.userid, right? If user is logged in, but user has not selected an organization, right? If that is the case, and the request.nexturl.path name is not equals to onboarding if you are not on onboarding page, or we are not on the home page, that is we are on one of our main pages, right? Then we will simply redirect user to the /onboarding page. And how do we do that? We get this next response from next/server, and we'll say next response dot redirect. We're going to create a new URL over here, /onboarding from the current URL, right? Request.url, and we'll say reroute them to /onboarding screen if they have not selected any organization. Currently, we cannot go to our organization page or the onboarding page because obviously we have already selected our organization, but you can try deleting that organization and you can try it out. Anyways, so now let's work on creating this organization page right here. Let's render this name of our organization in much, pretty format, I would say. So we have this slug of a particular organization. How do we get more information about that organization? And this is where the Next.js server actions come into picture. So these are like an API call. So earlier, if you've used Next.js in the past, we had the /API folder. Nowadays, server actions are used more. And these are absolute game changer because now we don't need a separate, Node.js or probably some other backend server separately, because we can write the backend logic right inside of our Next.js app. So what I'll do, I'll go back to my app, and right here in the root of our app, I will create a new folder called actions. And this is the place where we will write all of our API logic. And the first server action that we will be writing is for getting the organization. So new file, I'm gonna say organization.js file. We're gonna be creating different files for, let's say, projects, sprint, issues, etc. Now you might be thinking, what's the benefit of this? So benefit of this is basically these are going to be running on the server. So we don't need to, expose our data to the user. And I'll show you how you can create a server component and a, API call, which can combine together to do server-side rendering. So over here, I'm gonna first of all say use server. So make sure that these run on the server, right? Then I'll say export async function. Let's call it getOrganization. And inside this will simply take it the slug of that particular organization. That's all. And in our org ID page right here, this is already a server component. So we will make sure to supply this org ID or the organization slug to this particular action over here. Okay, let's write the logic for it. First of all, we will get the user from the clerk auth, right? So I'm going to say const user ID, take it out from this auth. And this will be coming from clerk/nextjs/server. And we will check if user is not logged in, then throw a new error unauthorized. Okay, now we will check if user exists inside of our database or not. So I'm going to say const user equals await db. So let's import this db from Prisma /lib/Prisma. And we have done this already, right? We're going to say user.findUnique with the respect to the clerk ID. If user does not exist, I'm going to say user not found. Okay, now how do we get the organization details? I'll say const organization equals await clerk client, and import this clerk client from this clerk/nextjs/server. Call it, and I'm going to say dot organizations dot get organization. We're going to get the particular organization with the slug of this particular slug, right? Cool. And this should get us the information for that particular organization. Now, first of all, we'll check if this does not exist. So if no organization, then return null, right? But if that is not the case, we will check the user who's trying to fetch our organization. Is he actually the member of this organization or not? So for that, let me just duplicate it right here. Const, I'll take out the data from it. I'll say clerk client dot organization and get organization membership list. I want the membership list for a particular organization. So I'll say, so it has the option of organization ID, and I'll say organization.id. We will get all of the memberships for that organization, and let's just rename it to membership. And simply we can try to find if the user exists inside of this membership array or not. So I'll say const user membership is equals to membership dot find. We have the user ID already. So I'll say member dot public user data dot user ID is equals to this user ID. If they do exist inside of it, then obviously they are inside of it, right? So let's just add a null check over here that if no, there is nothing inside of this user membership, then return null. Else we will return the particular organization. That's all. That's how simple it is to write actions inside of Next.js. Now let's see how we can go on and fetch the data from this. So back over here in the org ID component. Now over here, I'm gonna make the API call to to this particular action. So I'm gonna say await get organization, and we will provide this org ID, which is the slug for our organization, and make sure this is an async component. Const or organization equals await get organization. Right, so see how simple it is to make an API call, how to fetch the data to make the server-side rendering as well. And simply after it, I will check if the organization is not here inside of it. I'm just gonna simply return organization not found. But if it did, then inside of this div, I'm gonna write some code. So we will first have a div which will contain a h1 tag, which will say the organization dot name. And let's just say organization names, projects. We will just render the projects, right? So also this gives me error. Okay, we can just use any of these symbols instead of this inverted comma. So now it should show me. Let's see if I go back. Get organization is not defined. Okay, sorry, I haven't imported it yet. Now if I go back, it shows me roadside coders projects. It has fetched the details for that organization and gotten the name for that organization. Now, right below this, right below inside of this div, I'm gonna have a organization switcher component. So if you don't remember, if I go back over here, you can see this is the component that we will have right in front of it, so that we can create organizations over here as well, and we can switch to different organizations, etc. So for now, I'm gonna say org switcher, and I'm gonna comment it out for now. Below this, I'm gonna have another div. Let's just say class name to be margin bottom 4, and here let's just say show org projects. Again, not gonna do anything right now. We will come back to this later on. Below this, we're gonna have another div, and let's just say show user assigned and reported issues over here. Let's just give this margin top of 8 probably. Let's go back and see. Okay, that's fine. Let's give these some styles. So I'm going to say class name of container and mx to be auto, so that everything is in the middle. For this div, I'm going to give a class name of margin bottom to be 4, display flex column, so that everything is from top to bottom. In the smaller screen, in the bigger screen, I want flex row. That is, these should be in one single line, right? Justify between, so that they are on the far ends, and item start, so that they are at the start of, like, vertically on the top. Okay, let's see. Okay, not much change, but when we go on to add this component, you will see a huge change. But over here for the h1, we will have the class name of text to be 5XL, some font bold, gradient title, if you remember, we created this custom class, and padding bottom to be 2. Now you'll see it looks so much beautiful now. Awesome. Let's go on and quickly create this org switcher component. So I'll say org switcher. Obviously, this does not exist yet. So inside of these components over here, I'm going to create a new file for org switcher.jsx. Oops, I created a folder accidentally. I'll create a new file, org switcher.jsx, RAFCE, org switcher. Okay, let's just import it right away over here, and then we will go on and start working on this. So this will be a very simple component. First of all, I'll just add some checks over here. I'll just take those use organization and use user, just like I've showed you earlier, and I'll check if they have been loaded or not. So let's make this use client first of all, right? And we will check if they have been loaded or not. So I'm gonna say if is loaded is not true and is user loaded is not true, I'm gonna return null over here, right? We will not show this component. Then inside of this div, let's say have a signed in component, signed in, just for, to show this only when the user is signed in. So let me just remove all of this. Inside this signed in component, I want organization switcher component, which comes right out of Clerk, right? It's from Clerk/Next.js. And this will actually take a few options like hide personal. And actually, while we are writing this, I forgot something. Right over here in the onboarding screen, we have this organization list, right? After creating organization, we have to write this. After create organization URL, this is supposed to go to /organization/slug. And after selecting an organization, this has to go to /organization/slug. Like this could have been a bug later on if we didn't fix it right now, right? So we have to add both of these options over here so that it goes to this organization page. And these are the two options that we will be adding over here as well. So after create organization and after select organization right here. Now here it takes an option. So create organization mode. So by default, it will, just when we click on create organization, it will take us to the /onboarding page, right? So I'm going to say path name. If it's equals to /onboarding, then I'm going to say navigation. Else, that is not the case, I'm going to say modal. So in this case, it should show us a modal to create an organization. And what is the create organization URL? It is /onboarding, which is not relevant in this case, but it will be. So later on, we will have this inside of the create project page as well. If the user is not allowed to create a project, that is, they are not the admin of the organization, we will tell them you can go on and create your own organization. Then we can show this component over there as well. So let's see, path name is not defined. Okay, let's just take this path name over here. let's just check it out. Again, we have not imported use path name. This path name is for getting the URL basically. Now let's see. There we go. We can see the list of organizations. Awesome. If we click on create organization, we can see the model over here. Amazing. Let's just give this a little bit of styling. So over here, just like previously, we have the appearance. Inside the appearance, I'm gonna say elements, and I'll say organization switcher trigger, and I'll say border gray of 300. I want to give the trigger some styling of border and some rounded like border radius and some padding over here. And the trigger icon is going to be text white. So let me show you. See, this is the icon. I made it text white because since we are on the dark mode, right? If you click on it, now it looks much more better. And also you can see we have this manage option over here. If you click on it, we can add members to our organization here as well. We can see how many members we have invited, how many members are part of it. We can change their status inside of the organization, right? So all of these features are so good. We can update the profile of the organization over here, the slug, or the name of the particular organization. So all of these things are absolutely amazing. And all of these are made possible using Clerk. Cool then. Let's start and let's go on and work on creating the projects so that we can show some projects over here. And when we click on this create project button, it's not gonna do anything. It's gonna give us the error because we have not written any code inside that page file that we created right here inside the projects create page. Let's just say RAFCE, and I'm gonna say create project page and just save it over here. There we go. You can see /project/create, and we can see this text right over here, create project page. All right. So before going on and working on this page, what I want to do is I want to create an action for creating the page, like for creating the project basically, right? So let's go on and inside of the actions folder, and I'm going to create a new file for projects.js, and we will write our logic right here. So here I'm going to create this action for create project, which will take a certain data, and we will discuss what data that will be. Now again, before creating the project, we need to do some verifications, right? We need to add some checks. And for that, we will take the user ID and the org ID from Clerk. So make sure to import this auth from clerk/nextjs/server, right? Here we will first of all again check if the user ID and org ID exists or not, right? Then we need to check if this user is the part of this organization. So we had added the logic for this before, right? In this organization. So this thing right here, I'm gonna copy this thing up, go back to our projects, and over here I'll paste it. So we have the user membership data, and here I will check if user membership does not exist or user membership.role is not equals to the organization admin. So only the organization admins can create projects. If that is not the case, I'm gonna throw new error, only organization can create project. But that is not the case. If that is not the case, I'm gonna have a try catch block. And inside of this, we will write the logic for creating the project. So const project equals await. We're gonna import db from Prisma dot projects, or project actually, create dot create. Now we have this data object coming through params, right? This will have a few things. So I'll say data, and inside of this data, I'm gonna say name. First of all, so data will have name, data.name. It will have the key. If you remember, I told you that we're gonna have a key for a particular project to name the sprints. It will have a description, an optional description, the organization that this project belongs to. So org ID that we took right here. And that's it. After this project is created, I'm gonna return the project. But if there's any error, if we get any error over here, I'm gonna say throw new error creating project, and whatever the error message is, right? That is all we need to do. Let's go to our /create project page. And this will actually be a client component. So use client. Now, we will be creating forms inside of it. So let me show you what kind of form it will be. So if we go to our deployed app and click on create project, notice this is how our form will look like. Now forms are kind of very, that thing inside of React or Next.js where a lot of errors might occur, unwanted errors might occur. So to prevent that, I'm going to be using React hook form library along with the Zod validation so that, our app is super robust and there is no window of errors whatsoever, errors or bugs, right? So I've actually created a in-depth video on React Hook Form and Zord as well. If you want to go and check it out, you can go and watch that from link in description down below. But that's completely fine if you don't know about it. I'm gonna explain everything in this video as well. So first of all, let's go on and I'm gonna go on and install React Hook Form with Zord. So in the terminal, I'll say npm install react-hook-form space Zord, and I'm gonna have at hook form /resolvers. This hook form resolvers basically helps us connect Zord with React Hook Form, and press enter. Okay, so this has installed successfully. Now, when it comes to Zord is basically a validation library that it checks if the data is correct or not. Like if we are entering this data, right, name, description, and project key, right, all of these three things, it's going to check if there is something inside of project or not, if the character limit is more than 1 or less than 100, something like that. Or in case of project key, we're gonna allow minimum 2 characters and maximum 10 characters, and it should be in the uppercase, or we can convert it into the uppercase as well, right? So all of these things will be taken care by Zord. So we're gonna have to create what do we call it, schema, a Zord schema, right? So for creating all of this schema, I'm gonna create a new folder over here, lib, and let's just create a new file called validators.js. And inside of this, let me show you how you can create it. So const, let's just export const project schema. And inside of this, I'm going to say z, and z will be imported from Zord. z.object, and here this will take an object. Inside this, we can write different things, like our project will have the name, it will have key, it will have description, right? So let's see, for the name, first of all, it will be z.string. It has to be a string, right? Our name will be a string. It should be minimum of 1 character. If that is not the case, then obviously we will require it. We will give the error that project name is required. And right after it, we will chain one more condition, dot max. So maximum, it should be 100 characters, not more than that. Else we will give the error, project name must be 100 characters or less, right? Let me just comment it out for now. And then comma, we're going to write for key. So this key again will have similar things. So let me just copy it up, paste it. So z.string, it should be minimum 2 and maximum 10. We will give the error that project key must be at least 2 characters. And for the maximum, I'm going to say project key must be 10 characters or less. Now for the description, I'm going to say z.string, and maximum is going to be 500 characters. We have not given min because this is optional. If user does not provide this, it is also fine. We're not going to be complaining about that. All right. So that is our project schema. Let's go back to this component, or not this component, /create. Yeah, this one, /create component over here. And here we will write the logic. All right. So in our front end as well, we will, double check to see if the user is admin or not. We've already added it in our API. So over here, what I'll do, from use organization, which is going to be coming from at clerk/next.js, we will take out is loaded, and I'm going to rename it to is org loaded, and I'm going to take out the membership just to check if user actually, has the permission to create the organization, the project. So I'll say use user over here. I'll take out the is loading, is loaded. I'll say is user loaded. I've renamed it over here. And also I'm going to create a is admin state over here so that we can, maintain this value, and we can check other places as well if the user is admin or not. So right here, inside of a use effect, as soon as the component is loaded, I'm going to check if the organization is loaded or not. So is org loaded, is user loaded, and we have something inside of this membership object. And I'm going to set is admin, and I'll say membership dot role is equals to org:admin. So this will check if the user is actually an admin or not. And let's just add these 3 things over here. If these 3 things change, this will be called again. Now, if the organization is not loaded or user is not loaded, we will simply return null over here, right? But if user is not an admin, if user is not admin, I'll return a div. Inside of it, we will have a span tag, which will say only admins can create project, And below this, we will have our org switcher component that we just created some time ago. Right, let's see over here. We cannot see that because this user is admin. Let's just create some other user. So let me just go to my organizations over here, and let me just try to invite some other members. So I'll click on this manage over here in members. In the invite, let me just enter my dummy email ID over here. So I've added my email ID and click on send invitations, and the invitation has been sent to that particular member. Let's see. From the other browser, I'm going to try to log in into the other ID and see we are getting an option over here to join Roadside Coders organization. So click on join. So over here you can see we have joined this organization as a member over here. If I click on create project, since I'm not an admin, it will show me, oops, only admin can create project. Let's just give this some styles. For the div, I'll say class name flex column, gap to be 2 and items to be center. And for the span, I'm going to say text to be 2XL and the gradient title that we created, custom CSS class. Okay, now it looks much more better, and you can go on and create an organization from right over here at this place itself. Great. Let's go back to our admin users profile and click on create projects. You can see we just have this create project page over here. Let's go on and create the form. So below over here in this div, I'm going to have a h1 which will say create new project. Below this h1, we will have the form for creating our project, right? So let's just keep it empty for now. And let's just give this some styles first. So for this div, I'm going to say container, horizontal margin to be auto so that they are in the middle. For the h1 as well, I'm going to give this that gradient title class along with text to be 6XL, text center, font to be bold, some margin bottom to be 8, and gradient title, right? So now you're going to see, yep, that looks beautiful. All right, so before moving forward with our form, I already mentioned React Hook Form and Zord. We've already created the schema for the Zord, right? For our data. So how do we use this? Let's say right over here, we have a hook called use form hook, which will come from React Hook Form. So just like this, and inside of it, it will take the resolver, which will help us to connect to Zord. So I'll say Zord resolver. Okay, let's just port it over here from at hook form / resolver. Let's try to import it. I think it comes from /Zord. Is it working? Yeah, now it's imported over here, Zord resolver. And inside of this, I'm going to import that project schema that we created inside that validators file, right? This right here. So this will be imported just like this. And now this will, return us some things. So const an object, and inside of this object, I'm gonna have a register function. And this one thing is very important. This whole thing, like this thing will completely manage our whole form, right? We will have the handle submit function, which will, handle basically the submission of our form. And we will have something like form state, which contains a few things like errors. We have is loading, is submitting, and bunch of different options over here which we can use, but we're not going to use them. We're just going to use errors to render our errors effectively. Okay, let's come down to this form over here and start building it. So first of all, we will have the name, right? So I'm going to use the input from this /component/UI folder that we have installed earlier from Shadcn UI, and let's give this the ID of name. The class name will be background slate to be 950, and placeholder is, let's say I'm going to say project name. Let's see if we can see anything over here. Yeah, just like that. Let's keep a space between them, and let's just wrap this inside of a div, because we're going to have the errors over here as well. Also, for each input field, I told you this is a very important thing, right? This register. So what we can do, how we can tell hook form that this is an input field which belongs to the name field that we created inside the schema. We have to do curly braces .. register, and inside this we can give name. That's all. And below this, if there is any error, I can say errors that we took out from hook form, errors.name, and I'm gonna have a paragraph tag over here. So paragraph tag, and just render errors.name.message. Let's just give this paragraph some class name of text red to be 500, text small, and margin top to be 1. Let's see. Okay, not much change over here. let's create it for our key as well. So I'm just gonna copy it up and paste it right over here. Instead of name, I'll say key over here as well. For placeholder, I'll say project key, and let's just give it an example so that if they get confused somewhere, and register is the key as I told you. And over here in the name, I'll say key instead of this name. Same for our description as well. So let's just copy it and paste it right here. And for a description, instead of input, I'll use text area. And you might remember we installed it as well. Instead of this key, I'm gonna say description over here. Let's just remove this from here. And I'm gonna say height is going to be 28. Instead of this key, I'm gonna say description. This should look good. Let's see. Okay. Let's just give some class name to this form, which is going to be display flex, flex to be column, and space y4. So this is nothing but some margin top and margin bottom for each and every one of them. So now you will see we have some gap between them. And by the way, on submitting, I'm going to say on submit over here, and we will provide that handle submit provided to us by React hook form, right? And this takes the actual on submit form. So we have not created any form yet. So for now, I'll just say const on submit. Just create an empty form over here. Let's create it an async form. Take this and provide it to this handle submit. We will come back to this function, but let's go down to this form right here. And below this div, below the description, I'm gonna add a button which will say create project. Let's import this button from /UI. It will be of type submit and size will be large. Let's just give this some class name of background blue to be 500 and text to be white. Yep, this suits our project. Great. All right, now so let's create our project by calling this API that we just created, this create project API, right? Or create project action, you can say. Now, when it comes to API call, there are a lot of things that we have to manage, like is loading and handling the errors and storing the data somewhere. So in every single component, we have to create all of these three states again and again and again. And we don't want that, right? So to prevent that, let's just create a custom hook for this. So let me just close all of this and just in the root, let me just create a new folder called hooks. And inside this hooks folder, I'm going to create a custom hook called use fetch, which will, trust me, make our job so much easier. And if you don't know about what hooks are, these are basically just like a normal functions, but with superpower of React, right? And they are written by using use keyword in the beginning. So let's say for this one, I'll say const use fetch equals whatever this is, right? This is basically a normal function, and I'm going to take a callback inside of it, which is going to be basically a API call, in this case, our create project call. So what will this contain? It will contain the three states that I just discussed: data, loading, and error, right? All of these three states, which we create again and again when we have to do an API call. Let's create a fn function over here, and this is going to be an asynchronous function, which is the only thing that we would be needing to call in the end when we have to trigger an API call, and we will write all of our logic inside of it, which we are going to reuse again and again, right? And in the end, I'm going to return data, loading, error, and this function right here. And also, if we want to manipulate this data from outside, I'm just going to send this set data as well. And I'll say export default use fetch. What's going on over here? Let me just import use state just like this. Okay. Now inside this function over here, first of all, before fetching our API, we're gonna say set loading to true and set error to null, right? Oops, sorry, it is export default, not export delete. Yeah, so set loading and set error by default values, this will be true and this will be null. Then inside of this, I'm gonna have a try catch block for handling our errors and all. Inside the try block, I'm gonna say const response equals await callback, whatever this callback is. And let's say if you want to provide it with some extra arguments, I'm gonna take this args from over here and provide it inside of this args. Then I'll say set data to whatever the response that we get from it. So I'll say response and set error to be null. But what if we do get any error over here? Then I'll say set error to be error. And then if you remember, we installed a toast component as well, right? So I'll say toast Let me just show you first what this is all about. So if I go back to Chrome and Shadcn UI, we have this sonar. If you click on show toast, you can see, we can see these toasts over here, and this has different variants as well. So simply we have to import toast over here. But first, to set it up, we have to import this toaster inside of our root layout. So let's just go to our layout over here, and right below our main, probably I'm gonna paste it and import it from sonar. And actually I'll give this rich colors as well, so that it shows green for success, yellow for warning, etc. So if there's any error, I'm gonna show toast.error, error.message. So toast will be coming from this sonar right here, just like this. And in the end, finally, I'm gonna say loading is set to be false. And that's all. This is the function, or this custom hook is the one that we will be using again and again to fetch our APIs. Let's see how we can do that. So let's close it, and coming back to this create project page. After this use effect, and actually after this use effect, I'm gonna say use fetch, and this will take a callback as we already saw, and that callback will be the create project action that we created. Right, this action that we created, and let's import this use fetch over here. So this is giving us error because we have called the hooks conditionally. We should not do that. Yeah, so const, this will give us the data, which let's say I'm going to rename to project. It will give us loading, error, and the function. Let's just rename this function to create project fn. Okay, this looks good. Now I'm going to take this fn right here. Inside the onSubmit function, I'll simply call it create project fn along with the data. So this data is going to be coming from right here, and this data will, all of this will be managed from by this handle submit. Okay, and after this, I'm gonna have a use effect over here, which will be triggered when this loading changes. Okay, let me show you why I've done this. So basically, sorry, this has to come over here, like below this only. Inside this, I'm gonna say loading. So after we have created the project, right, this project will be populated. So I'm going to say if project has something inside of it, then I'm going to show toast.success. Let's just import this toast first. Yeah, so success. And I'll say project created successfully. And actually, I'm going to push this to the project ID page, like /project ID. So let's just take router over here. Const router equals use router, and make sure to import it from next/navigation. And right after this, I'm going to say router.push/project and the project ID. That's all. Now we have this loading and error as well, right? So let's take this loading for, first of all, for this button over here. When it says loading, I'm going to say disabled equals loading. If it's true, then this will be disabled. And over here, I'll say if loading is true, then it will show creating create. If not, it will show create project. And we also have this error, right? So it will be just exactly the similar as this one. So below this button, I'll say if the error is there, then show the exact same paragraph with error.message. Okay, that's a lot, right? Let's go on and check if it's working or not. So this is what's going on. Server only cannot be imported from a client component module. So if we go to this create project over here, oh, we have not added the use server over here. Now it should work. Yep, now it's good, I guess. Let's see. Use form state is not defined. Oh, sorry, it's use state, not use form state. Okay, cool then. Let's try to create a project. Okay, so let's say if I want to create, I don't know, I have to create the Jira clone, right? So I'll just say Jira clone. Project key, I'm gonna say RCJC, let's say. Project description, creating Scrum, which is a Jira clone. And click on create project. So we can see the loading over here. Clerk client is not defined. Okay, we have not imported the Clerk client, I believe, inside of projects. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it is imported now. Now let's try it again. Click on it. Organization is not defined. Okay, this is coming from our API, right? So let's see. We gave this organization.id over here. It should be org ID, not organization.id. Hopefully now it will work. Create project and moment of truth. Project created successfully. Did it route us to another page? Okay, it is routing, and but it's going to fail obviously because we have created this route, but we have not created anything inside of the page. So over here inside of the page, let's say RAFCE, let's call it project page, like that. Now if I go back, it should be project page. Yeah, great. So we have created this flow of creating the project, right? And if I go back to my organization's page, my organization of roadside coder, here now we can render all of these projects, right? So first of all, let's write the action for fetching all of the projects, right? So in the projects.js, I'm gonna go over here and say export async function get projects, and it will take the organization ID for which we are supposed to fetch the projects, right? So first few things are going to be very similar. I'm going to simply say take the user ID from the auth, null check it. Then again, we're going to check if user is in the database, null check it again. Then right here, I'm going to say const projects equals await db dot project dot find many. So we're supposed to find multiple projects, right? Inside that organization. So I'll say where organization ID is org ID right here, this one. And then I'll say order by, I'm going to order it by descending. So I'll say created at, ordering it by created at in the descending format. Okay, cool. And then in the end, I'm going to return projects. All right, so yeah, that is it. And let's go back to the organization page. So here in the organization, in the page.jsx, right here, we're going to render all of our projects. So instead of this, I'm going to create a component over here, project list. And this will simply take the organization ID, which I'll say organization.id from right here. Obviously, this does not exist yet. So inside of the components, I'm going to create a project-list.jsx file. And this will be a server component as well. So this will simply be taking the org ID, just like we were providing it, and make sure this is an asynchronous component. And inside of this, I'm going to fetch the project. So const projects equals await get projects. Projects. Yeah, just like that. There we go. And we will provide this with the org ID, just like that. Okay, now let's check if there's any projects inside of it. So I'll check if projects dot length is equals to 0. If it's 0, then we will show no project found and we will give the link to create a new project, right? So I'll say return. And here I'm going to have a p tag, which will say no projects found. And after it, let's just give them a link, which will come from next /link. And I'll say create new. And this will simply lead us to /project/create, right? So /project/create in the href. Let's style this a little bit. So I'll give it the class name of underline offset to be 2 and text blue to be 200. Let's just give some spacing after it. Yeah, that's fine. Let's see what we got. Project list is not defined. Obviously, we have not imported it right here, just like that. And now we should see. Actually, we cannot see anything over here because this is not satisfying this condition. Let's just say if not. Let's see how this looks like. So yeah, we can see no project found, create new. So let's revert it. And after this, if this is not the case, I'm going to return all of my projects. So simply, I'm going to map through all of my projects. So over here, first of all, I'll return a div. Inside this div, I'm going to render all of these projects. So I'll say projects.map. And inside of this map, I'm going to return the card component. So we've already seen how card component works. Take this card component. Let's copy this card component over here. And we're not going to be needing this footer or this card description. Let's import all of these other things, the header, the title, the content, and let's just give this a key as well. That's why this is giving us error. So I'll take one single project over here and say project.id. Okay. Now in the title, I'll simply say project.name. If I go back and see, yep, we can see Jira Clone. So after this, actually, we're going to be giving an icon for deleting the project. We're going to come back to it. But over here in the card content, I'm going to say project.description. And see if there's any description over here. Yep, creating Scrum, which is a Jira clone. And after that, simply we're gonna have a link tag over here, which will take us to that particular project page. So /project/project.id, and the class name will be text blue 500. And hover, when we hover on it, we will see the underline. So yeah, like that. Okay, let's style it a little bit. First of all, for our parent div over here, I'm gonna say class name to be grid. And in the smaller screens, we're gonna show them from top to bottom, so just one column. In the medium screens, I'm gonna say grid columns to be 2. Okay, and some gap of 4 between them. Currently, we just have one project, right? We will create one project as one more project just to test it out. So for our title, I'm going to say display flex, justify between, and items to be center, because we're going to have, as I mentioned, an icon for deleting the project over here so that they are on the far left corners. Then for this project description, for this paragraph, I'll say text to be small, text gray to be 500, and margin bottom to be 4. And yeah, this looks much better. Let's just add that icon for deleting the project, right? So over here, I'll have a delete project component, which will only take the project ID, project.id. Obviously, this does not exist yet. So we will create this component over here and call it delete-project.jsx, RAFCE delete project. Okay, let's just import it right here, and this will be a prop. So I'll go back and provide it as a prop here. All right, so before working on this component, let's go on and write the action for deleting the project, right? So over here in the projects action file, I'm gonna create this delete project action. And inside this, again, from auth, we're gonna take out the user ID and the org ID and the org role as well to check what role we serve, because only admins can delete a project inside of organization, right? So first of all, let's add some null checks. If user ID and organization ID does not exist, I'm gonna simply say unauthorized. If org role is not equals to org:admin, then we will throw the error that only organization admins can delete projects. Okay. After this, I'm gonna say const project equals. Now here we will find that project. So await db from Prisma dot project dot find unique. Inside this, I'll say where the ID is for that particular project is this project ID that we're getting over here, right? Now, after trying to fetch it, we're gonna check again if project does not exist, or if project is not the part of this current organization. If that is the case, then I'm gonna say project not found, or you don't have the permission to delete it. Okay. Now, after all of these things, I'm gonna simply say await db.project.delete. And inside this, we can write our delete logic. So I'll say where this thing only, where ID is project ID, right? So this. Cool. If all of this is satisfied, in the end, I will return success to be true. That's all. Let's take this delete project and go back to our this component and write the logic for it. So now again, we're checking for the is admin condition in the action, but we are going to be checking it again over here just to be double sure. So I'm going to say const membership, and I'll take it out from use organization, and I'll say const is admin equals membership dot role if it's equal to org:admin. I'm going to check if the user is admin or not. And if they are not admin, I'm going to simply return null. Okay. Now inside of this div, and actually let's just make it a fragment over here, I'm going to have a button, which will be a variant of ghost, I believe. Ghost, yeah, that's fine. Let's just import it. Is it imported? Yeah, now it is. And inside this, I'm just gonna add a trash icon for deleting. So trash 2, and it's gonna be coming from Lucid React. Let's see how it looks like. Oh, I think we need to make this a client component. Yeah, that's the problem. Use client. Now let's see. Yep, this is fine. We can see this delete button as well. Let's go on and call the API when we click on it. So just like before, here in the create, right, we used this use fetch. So I'm just gonna copy it up, and over here in the delete project, I'm gonna paste it. So we're gonna using this use fetch hook again, and I'll take delete project action as well. Instead of this create project function, I'm gonna say delete project function, and instead of data, I'll say deleted, and we will have loading and error as well. Let's just rename loading to is deleting. Okay, now let's create a function over here. So const handle delete, which we will call when we click on that particular button. Let's take this handle delete, and in this button I'll say on click, call this handle delete function. And when this is being deleted, I'll disable the button. So disable equals is deleting. And actually, if it's deleting, I'm just gonna show some animation over here as well. So class name is deleting. Inside of the backticks, I'll say animate pulse, else we won't show anything over here. And let's make this size small. So S. Below this button, if we see any error, I'm just gonna show the error over here. So if there's any error, inside of the paragraph tag, we've already seen how we can create that. We already created it, and we're gonna show error dot message. Yeah, that's all. Inside this handle delete now, let's write the logic. So I'll say if window dot confirm. I'm gonna confirm the user if they actually want to delete it or not. So window dot confirm, and I'll ask, are you sure you want to delete this project? If they say yes, I'm gonna call this delete project function from over here and provide it with the project ID. So project ID. And yeah, they should do it. After this, let's have a use effect just like we did earlier, which will run when the is deleting is changing, or actually I'll run it when this deleted is changed. And over here, I'm going to say if deleted has something inside of it, actually it will be deleted dot success, I believe. Yeah, deleted, and we're returning success from here. So deleted dot success. Then I'm gonna refresh our page by calling this router dot refresh. Obviously we have not imported it yet, so I'll say const router equals use router from next slash navigation, just like this. And actually we can also show a toast here as well. So let's say toast. Let's import toast from sonar dot success project deleted, just like this. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Let's go and check it out. Let's refresh it. Use effect is not defined. Okay, let's import use effect now. Deleted dot success. Okay, let's put a question mark over here. Okay, now it should do it. When I click on it, let's just create some other project, not delete this. Let's just create a test project and create project. Project created successfully. Let's go back to my organization. Okay, let's try to delete this test. If I click on over here and okay, it's loading and project deleted. It should be gone. Yep, awesome. You know what? Let's instead of this green, I'm gonna make this. I think green is fine, or we can probably give it error as well because this is deleted, right? So yeah, this is fine, I guess. So now if I go inside of this project, this is the place where we will be creating our sprint. We will be switching to between different sprints. We can start and end sprint, create issues, etc. Okay, so let's come to this projects folder and inside of project ID folder. This is it. And actually, since we're going to be fetching all of the projects, so I'm going to be creating a new file over here for layout.js. And this is the place where we can, show loading as well, even for the server side rendered things. So I'll say RAFCE, let's call it project layout, and I'll keep it an asynchronous function. Let's take the children in the params, and I'm going to render them right here. Now, before showing you how you can add loading into this, let's just first go on to our actions and our projects.js and write the action for fetching our project through the project ID. So right here, I'm going to say export async function get project, and I'm going to take the project ID as the param. And again, the same thing that we've been doing up until now. First, we will take the user ID and organization ID from the auth, and we will check if they don't exist. Then I'm going to say unauthorized. Then after this, simply we can verify if user exists into our database or not. And then after this, we can start, getting the project. So I'll say const project equals await db.project.find unique. Now, when we will be fetching our project, right, we're going to be including all of the sprints inside of it as well. I know we haven't worked on the sprints part yet, but you already know we have the, sprints connected to projects with respect to a foreign key. So first of all, I'll fetch that particular project. So I'll say where ID is equals to project ID. And then after that, I'll say include. So this is how you include, data from some other project. So include. Inside this, we're going to say go to sprints table and fetch all of the sprints which are related to this particular project ID. And I'm going to say order by. I'll order them by created at in the descending format. And yeah, this should do it. Let's just take this project, and in the end, I'm gonna say if there is no project over here. Throw new error, project not found, or you can also return null. It will still give us not found page. And after this, I'll also check if this project belongs to the current organization or not. If it does not belongs to this organization, then we don't want it. So I'll say if project.organization ID is not equals to the org ID, that is current org that we are in, then we will return null. And I'll say return project. And actually, I'll just return this over here as well. This will result us getting not found page. Okay, now coming back to this layout.js page. Here inside this div, first of all, let's just give this some class name of mx auto so that everything is in the middle. And then inside of it, I'm going to wrap this children in something called as suspense. So suspense will basically render us something if the child or this children page is not rendered until now. So I'm going to say fall back. And the fallback, I can give some loading UI, right? While this is being loaded. So I'll say bar loader, the same bar loader that we've been using up until now. Width to be 100% and the same color as well. That's all. Now I'll show you how this will look. So first let's go back. If I refresh it now, I don't think we will see it. This is just for that header loading, right? Now if I go to this page.jsx over here, now let's try to fetch the API that we just made. So first of all, I need that from params, I need the project ID. So I'll say const project ID from the params. And then I'll say const project equals await get projects. Make sure it's get project and not projects. And also this is going to be an async component since this is a server component, right? And we are fetching in the data. And simply I'll say if no project found, then I'll just trigger not found page. Just like this, you can call this not found from next/navigation. Let's go and check it out. So if I refresh this, what's wrong? Is at least one of the ID or organization ID to find the project. What did we write over here? If I go over here, ID is project ID. This is correct. What's wrong? I think we are not sending the project ID. Yeah, we need to send the project ID right here. Now it should work. So let's refresh this. And yeah, over here you can see this was the loader for the project page. Let's see if this is the wrong ID. So instead of W, I'm gonna say E, for example. This is the wrong ID. So this should give us 404 page not found. Awesome. Let's go back to it. Since there are two bar loaders over here, probably we can just in the layout we can probably say simple span tag if you want, and we can say loading projects, something like this, right? So now if I refresh it again, you're gonna see not now. Okay, let me just go back to the organizations page. And now if I click on view project, loading projects right over here. Great. So this looks good. Let's go to our page.jsx and start building it. So there are actually going to be two things inside of this particular page, and this is a huge page, right? So one of the things is going to be the Sprinntt Creation. So I'm going to say Sprinntt Creation component. And the other thing is going to be the Sprinntt Board component, right? Where all of our issues will exist. We will create the issues over here. So first of all, for this Sprinntt board, let me just add a condition. So project.sprint is the place where all of our sprints will be, right? So project.sprints.length. If this is more than 0, then we will show a particular component over here. If not, I'm going to show simply a div here, which will say create a sprint from button above. Let me just add empty fragments for now. And we will create that button as well. So let's see. Create a sprint from button above since we don't have any sprints over here. Okay, let's first work on this Sprinntt creation logic. Let me just wrap this div in this container and margin horizontal to be auto so that everything is in the middle. So for the Sprinntt creation, I'm going to create a new component over here, Sprinntt creation form. And what are the things that we will give it? First of all, the project title. We will render the project title over here, right? So I'll say project dot name. I'm going to say the project ID and the project key so that we can, name our sprint, and project ID will be used in other places as well. And we will give the sprint key. So this is exactly how we will be naming our sprint. So we will decide which sprint this currently is in, and we will, with respect to that, name our sprint. Okay, let's create this Sprinntt creation form. So right here in the components folder, I'm going to say create Sprint.jsx, RAFCE, Sprinntt Creation form. And this obviously is going to be a client component since we are going to be using a lot of hooks and all over here. Okay, let's just import it right away. So cool. Let's just first get all of our props, which will be project title, project key, project ID, and the sprint key. First, let's go on and render the title of our project. So let's just wrap this in a fragment, and I'm going to have a div over here. Inside of this, I'm going to have a h1, which will simply say the project title. Let's see if we can see this. Yeah, Jira Clone. Great. Then below this, I'm going to have a button which will say create new sprint. For creating a new sprint over here, let's just import this button from UI folder. I'm going to say class name is going to be margin top to be 2. And actually, when we click on this button right here, below this, I'm going to show a form, right? So right below this div, I'm going to have a condition called show form. And let's just create a new state for this show form. So use state show form. By default, this will be false. And I'm going to say if show form is true, then show something over here. Let's just say form for now. Let me just wrap this in some dummy fragment. Yeah, like that. And whenever we click on this button, we will just invert it. So on click, I'm going to say set show form. Whatever the show form's value is, just invert it. So I've added not over here. And I'll give variant with respect to that as well. So variant equals, if it's show form, if the show form is active, I'm going to say value is going to be destructive, else default, like that. Similar condition I'll add over here as well for this create new sprint text. If the show form is visible, then I'll say cancel, else I'm going to say create new sprint. Let's see. Okay, when I click on it, yep, that's fine. We can see the form right here. Cool, then let's just go in and create this form over here, Sprinntt Creation form. And for that, let's just first go on to this validators file and let's plan how the structure of this data is going to be looking like. So we need 3 major things. So let me just copy this line over here, and I'm just gonna say sprint schema. Okay, so inside of this object, what are all the things that we're going to be needing? First of all, we're going to have a sprint name, z.string. It's obviously going to be a string, and it's going to be minimum of one value, at least one character. If it's not provided to us, I'm going to say sprint name is required, right? And then we would need the start and end date from the user. So I'll say start date z.date and end date z.date. So this is what will be the type of this thing. Okay, and I think that's pretty much it. Let's actually go on and create the action for creating our sprint. So I'm going to create a new file over here, sprints.js. And first of all, let's just add this use server so that we don't get error later on. And here I'll create this action for creating the sprint. And this will take 2 things. One is going to be the project ID inside of which we are going to be creating the sprint. And other is going to be the data like name, start, date of the sprint, end date of the sprints, etc. Let's just add our checks first of all. That is, if there's no user ID, no org ID, I'm going to say unauthorized. Let's just import this auth from clerk/nextjs/server. Then let's just find our project. So for that, we already have written the condition here, right? So I'll just copy it from projects and paste it right here. So I'm going to say db.project.findUnique with this project ID, and you will get all of the sprints right here. And actually, this is not really needed. If you don't want, you can just remove it as well. We don't need sprints details over here. We just want to check if this belongs to that organization or not. So just like what we've done over here, if this condition, and I'll just paste it here, if project.organization ID. And actually, I'll just add one more condition over here. If project is not here, or if the project organization ID is not equal to our current org ID, then I'll simply say throw new error, project not found. And simply after all of the checks have been added, I'm going to say const sprint equals await db.sprint, and I'm going to create a new sprint, right? So I'll say create. Now inside of this, I'm going to add the data just like we've done for creating the project, right? So this would need the name, data.name, the start and end date. We're going to be needing the status. Right now we've already provided this value that it's going to be planned by default, but let's just provide it from over here as well, right? When the sprint is created, it will be planned by default, and the project ID will be the project ID. So I think we can just leave it like this. And yeah, I think this looks good. Let's just return it in the end. So Sprinntt. Great. Let's just take this create Sprinntt. Let me just see. Oh yeah, we haven't imported this DB right here. Yeah, now it looks good. Let's just take this and go to project ID page. Sorry, this is Sprinntt creation form. And here, let's start building it. So since this is a form, I'm going to be needing React hook form, obviously. So use form hook, import it from React hook form. And right here inside of it, I'm going to say resolver, and I'm going to provide it with that Zod resolver. So Zod resolver, and here this will take the create Sprinntt. Let's import this as well. Okay, now this would have some default values. And the reason for that is we're not going to allow user to, name their Sprinntt. We're going to name it for them using this project key, right? So inside of this default value, I'm going to say for name, in the backticks, it will be project key and whatever is the current Sprinntt, whatever the Sprinntt key is that we provided. So dash Sprinntt key. Yeah, just like that. What's going to be the start and end date? For that, I'm going to be creating a use state, because for for start and end date, we're going to be using a third-party component called React Day Picker, and I'll show you that in just a moment. Let me just create this, and this use state is going to have some default value inside of it for from and to. So from, it will be just new date, that is today's date, right? These will be just default value. We can change them, obviously, right? And like from a lot of companies, what I've seen is the sprint is like 14 days something, right? So we can just give it the end date of 14 days from now. And to make managing these dates and all easier for us, I'm going to be installing a package called datefns. So I'll say npm install datefns, and let's just install React Day Picker as well while we are at it. So I'll explain you what Day Picker is, as I mentioned. Right, so over here, I'll say add days, and I want to add 14 days to this particular date, right? So I'll just copy it up. I'll say new date, comma, 14. Let's see if it's importing now. Yep, we can import it from date dash fns. All right, and let's just call this state date range and set date range. Okay, this looks good, and let's just give some default values to this form itself. So I'm going to simply say start date is going to be date range dot from, and end date date range dot to. So let's go inside of this form right here. Let me just make it small. Yeah, over here I'm just going to add a card component. Let's import it from /UI, and inside of this I'm going to have the card content component. And now here I'm going to create my form. Okay, now as I mentioned, this form will have three things: the name and the start date and end date. So for the name, let's just have a div for the name input, and let's just give this label of Sprinntt name. Oh, sorry, not over here, right here. HTML form will be name this. That is what the ID that we will be giving to the input. So right below it, I'm going to have the input, which will be coming from /UI folder. And inside of this input, ID will be name. It will be read only, as I mentioned, since we are not allowed to change the name. Class name will be background slate to be 950. And then we will add the register function over here. So right here, let's just take it from our use form. So register, and let's just take the handle submit and the form state over here as well. We would need the errors, right? So let's just take it out from here as well. And one more thing that we'll be needing is control. So this is used for dealing with third-party packages. So we're going to be using that React Day Picker, right? So I'll show you how we can deal with that over here. So first of all, inside of this input, I'm going to say dot register, and this will have name field. And after it, simply we're going to render our errors, just like we've been doing up until now. Let's go on and see. If I click on create a new sprint, yep, we can see that. All right, let's just style this a little bit. We have not styled this part over here. For this parent div, I'm going to say class name to be flex and justify between. For the title, I'm going to have that gradient title of text 5XL, font bold, margin bottom to be 8, and that gradient title class, right? Let's see how this looks like. Okay, Jira Clone, and then we have create new sprint. When we click on it, yep, we can see our form. We will fix this as well. Let's just give this class name, this class name for card padding top to be 4 and margin bottom to be 4. Yep, that looks good. For our label, I'm gonna say class name is going to be display block, text to be small, font is going to be medium, and some margin bottom of 1. Yep, that looks better. And for this div right here, let's just say class name of flex1 so that it takes all of the available space. And for the form, I'm going to say display flex, gap to be 4 between whatever fields that are inside of it, and items to be end. So let's see. Yeah, better. So now let's go on and add that React day picker component so that we can add the start date and end date field. So first of all, let's go on over here and search React day picker, and there we go. So this is how it will look like. We will have a calendar and we can select the range from start date to end date. So okay, then let's take this component and I'll go back to my app, and right below this div I'm going to have another div which is going to be wrapping the start and end date. And first of all, I'm going to have the label over here which will say Sprinntt duration, and it will simply have the same class name that we provided above for the label. Below this, I'm going to have the controller component. Now this component comes from React hook form, and this is basically used for the third party components, right? Non-native components. So first of all, for this, we are supposed to provide it with this control. You might remember we took it right here, right? So we need to provide it with that so that it can get the full control of our app. Then we will give the name. So name is going to be, date range. And then the third thing that we're going to have is the render, inside of which we will be rendering our component. Now this render over here will take this field prop, and this field prop will help us to control basically our form inside of it by providing it the appropriate values. Okay, so this will whenever we click on this field right here, we should get a popover, right? Like we have installed popover from Shadcn UI, so it looks something like this. So if I click on it, so this is a popover, right? I want a popover which displays the calendar so that we can select the range of the dates from start date to end date. So I'll say pop over. Inside this, first I'll have the pop over trigger, again imported from /UI folder. I'll say as child. Right, inside of this, I'm gonna have the button on which we will be clicking. Right, so this, let's just say, is as variant of outline, and inside of this button I'm going to first have the calendar icon which will be coming from Lucid React, and let's just import this popover as well. Yeah, let's go on and see. If I click on create new sprint, we have the sprint duration, but we can't see the button. What's wrong? Oh, we have to return over here. Now let's see. Yep, we have this button right here. Now first of all, whatever the default date that has been selected already, let's just render that. Right, so right below it, I'm going to first save date range, so the state that we created. If date range dot from has something and date range dot to has something, question mark, then I will render both of them. So I'll use this format function, format function, which comes from date dash fns, and inside this I'll say date range dot from, and I'll just give it some format in which we are supposed to render it. So it will be LLL, D, and year. Let's see how this looks like. Wait, let's just first render both of them. So after this, I'll just say dash, and I'll render the to date as well. So I'll just copy it up, and I'll say plus date range dot to. If that is not the case, if there is no value provided over here, then I'll say colon, and I'll just simply say pick a date. Right, let's go on and see. So if I click on create a new sprint, yeah, that looks good. So you can see we have month, date, and then the year. That's what the format that we've provided right here. Now when we click on this pop over trigger, it will open the pop over content. So oops, I think I imported it from wrong. Yeah, so /UI. Yeah, so pop over content. Also for this button, I'm gonna give some class name. So it will be width full first of all, justify start, and text is going to be on the left. So, and font now normal size. We're gonna have the background slate to be 950, and if the date range is not there, I'm gonna say foreground text is going to be muted. So like this. Let me show you. Yep, like that. When we click on it, you can see we have a popover right now. We don't have anything inside of it currently. Let's just give this div class name of flex1 so that it also takes the equal space. Yeah, like that. Looks good. Okay, so now in the pop over content, first of all, I'll just give this some class name of width to be auto and background slate to be 900 color, right? And align is going to be on the start. So, it's going to be on the left side. So if I click on it, you can see it's on the start, and whatever date is going to be popping up, it's going to pop up over here. Now inside this, we can use our date picker component. Okay, let's import it. What's wrong? Let's see. Yeah, it's going to be imported from date picker from React day picker. Okay, looks good. Let's go over here. Okay, I think I misspelled it. Oh, it will be day picker, not date picker. Right. So first of all, we need to tell it that the mode is going to be range. We want the range of dates, right? Selected will be the date range state that we made, and on select we will manipulate that particular state, right? So on select, inside this I'll take the range, whatever the range of date is. So it will provide us range from and range to. So I'll first check over here if range dot from is there. So let's just add conditional chaining, and range dot to is there, right? If both of these are here, I'll say set date range to be the range. And this field, if you remember, we had this field, right? Field on change. We will update that as well. So field dot on change will be range. We'll update that. Okay, I think this looks good. Let's go and check it out. Oh, okay, this does not look good. The styling is off. I think we need to import some styles as well. Yeah, so in their docs that they've mentioned that we have imported this, and we need to import this as well. Okay, let's go and add it right on the top. Make sure you add these styles. And now if I go back and check our app, yep, this looks great, but I think because of our dark theme, this is breaking. We cannot see the numbers in between. So let's just go on and give this some custom styles. So we have the option to add those over here as well. So right below it, we have the class names. Oops, class names prop. And inside of this, if you press Control space, you can see a bunch of different things that you can style right here. So I will add the styling for the chevron. I'll say fill blue 500, where the button where the range starts, I'll make it background blue 700. Where it ends, it's going to be the same color. And in the middle, I'll say background blue 400. And the day button will have no border, right? And the today's date will have some border as well. So let me show you. Yeah, that looks good. So you can see for today's date, it has some border. The start and end date has those color, and all of the dates in the middle have the 400 blue color as well. Okay, this looks good. Let's just in the end, after this dev, I'm gonna add a button for creating our sprint. So button, I'll say create sprint. And actually, let's just import that use fetch as well. So over here, I'm going to say use fetch, the custom hook that we created. And inside of it, I'm going to say create sprint action that we created. I'll say const. And I'm going to be taking the loading and the function, right? So I'll say loading, and I'm going to rename it to create sprint loading function. And I'm going to rename it to create sprint function. Let's just take this loading when the sprint is being created. Inside the button, I'm gonna say if it's create sprint loading, if it's being created, then show me creating, else show me create sprint button. Okay, and this button will obviously have the type of submit, and it's going to be disabled when the create sprint loading is true. Okay, let's go on and add the on submit function for this form right here. So this form. So I'll say on submit, and you've already seen what we do. We can take this handle submit over here, and I'll say on submit, which we have not created yet. So on submit, let's go up here and create this on submit function. Const on submit like that. Let's make it an asynchronous function, and here simply I'm gonna call this this create sprint fn. So I'll say await create sprint function. It's gonna take two things: the project ID, and the other thing is going to take the data related to our sprint creation. So first of all, I'll provide the data from over here, whatever it is, and then we will provide the start date and end date from the date range state that we made over here, right? So I'll say start date will be date range dot from and date range dot to. Okay, After the sprint has been created, I'll say set show form to be false. And then I'll show a toast over here, toast dot success. Let's import this from Sonar. And I'll say sprint created successfully. And I will refresh the page so that we can fetch the sprint. So router dot refresh. Let's import this router as well. Const router equals use router from next slash navigation. Yep, let's go on and check it out. If I click on create new sprint over here, let's open our network tab as well. So this is the sprint name, and today is 25. Let's keep it till 7, let's say, right? So yeah, you can see the date over here as well reflecting create sprint. Okay, we see some error. Oh, my bad. In the Zord resolver where I did create sprint, it should be sprint schema over here. My bad. Make sure you fix this. And let's try it out again. Probably now it will work. So I'll just go to inspect and network and click on create sprint. It's creating and sprint created successfully. Amazing. Let's go and check it out inside of our DB. All right, so here in the table for the sprint, yep, you can see we have our sprint right over here. Awesome, this looks good. So if we see, we have the name automatically assigned at RCJC1 with respect to our key, right? Great. Let's go on and create our sprint board now, sprint board component. So let me just close it. And over here in the project ID, this is where we will be rendering our sprint board. So I'm gonna say sprint board. Now obviously this component does not exist yet, but let's just call it over here. I'm gonna provide it with all of our sprints first of all. So projects dot sprints, I will be giving it the project ID and the organization ID. It will be needing all of those things. Right, let's create this component right here. I'm going to create a new file called sprint-board.jsx, RAFCE, sprint board. Okay, let's import it right here. Cool. Let's just close all of these things up and let's receive all of these params right here. Okay, let's go back and check if we can see it here. What is this? Project.sprint. Project is not defined. Oh, it should be project, not projects. Okay, let's see now. Yep, we can see the sprint board over here. Now inside this sprint board component, first of all, we will have a sprint manager component, which is going to be managing our sprint, like starting the sprint, ending the sprint, or switching between different sprints, because one project can have more than one sprint, right? And below this, I'm going to have our Kanban board. Okay, let's first start working on this sprint manager. So let's create this sprint manager component as well. So I'll say sprint manager, and let's just provide it with the details of current sprint as well. So what I'll do, I'll take a state over here for our current sprint. So current sprint, and we will find the current sprint over here. So simply I'll say sprints dot find, and we will take whatever the active sprint is, whatever the first active sprint that we get, we will take that, else we will get the 0th index of the sprint, right? If it's not active, we don't want that. Right, so let's just provide it to this component. First, I'll say sprint, which will be the current sprint. Set sprint, so that we can change the sprint, right, from that drop down. We're gonna take all of the sprints as well, which we are getting, and the project ID. Okay, let's create this component, sprint-manager.jsx, RAFCE, sprint manager. And this takes all of those props over here as well. And this will obviously be a client component. So use client, and actually that component as well will be a client component, the sprint board. So use client over here as well and import this sprint manager component. Okay, let's first work on this sprint manager component. So first thing first, for the current sprint, I would need the status, right? So I'll take a use state over here with sprint.status inside of it. We will be needing it later on to determine if you're supposed to start the sprint or not. Then we would need 3 more variables. First of all, for start date, end date, and what the current date is, right? So I'll say start date, end date, and current date. So, and for start date, it will be sprint.start date, and then sprint.end date, and for now, just new date. Let's decide if the sprint can start right now or not. So for that, I will add this logic. So const can start is equals to, I'm going to check if the current date that is now is before the end date, right? Then obviously we can start the sprint, or the start date is after the current date, then we can start the sprint. So and the status is planned right now. It has not been started. So obviously this will be true if all of these 3 conditions are met. And what if the sprint has already been started and we want to check if we can end it or not? So we can just say const if status is active, then obviously we can end the sprint. Let's just first go on over here and render our sprint inside the select. So here I'm going to have a div inside of which we will have the select component. So let's just take the select component from Shadcn UI. Also, we need to import these things, right? Is before, is after, from date dash fns. So in Shadcn UI, we have select component right here. And let's go over here and just take this select component. Okay, I'll render them right here. Let's import them. Oops, import them from /UI. Yeah, trigger value, the content, and the select item. Yeah, let's just take one single item and let's render the sprints that we have. So sprints dot map. Yeah, like that. I'll say sprint. We'll take one single sprint over here and move this select item inside of it and return it. For the key and value, over here, key will be sprint.id, value will be sprint.id. And here we will just simply write when the sprint starts and when the sprint ends, right? First of all, the name of the sprint, so sprint.name. Then I'm going to say sprint.startdate and the format in this way. And let's import this format from date-fns. So it will start over here and it will go. So I'll say 2. I'll copy this up and paste it here and I'll say for sprint.2 or sorry, end date. Yeah, this should do it. Let's go and check it out. Okay, this is showing theme. What's wrong? Oh yeah, we need to change this. This should be select sprint over here. And for the sprint trigger, I'm going to have the class name of background slate to be 950 and self start. So it's on the start. So when we click on this select sprint, yep, we can select our sprint right here. If we have multiple sprints, we will see those multiple sprints over here. For this div over here, I'm going to say flex justify between items to be center and gap to be 4 because we're going to have other items as well, right? That is start button, end button, etc. Now, what is the value by default that is selected over here? It will be the sprint.id. And if you want to change it, we would need this set sprint function, right? So for now, what I'll do, I'll say on value change, and let's just say handle sprint change function. We haven't created it yet, so let's just create a dummy function over here, const handle sprint change, like that. And now inside this function, I'm going to simply say const selected sprint is equals to sprint.find. I'm going to try to find that sprint in the list of the sprints. And then I'm going to set the sprint to the selected sprint and set the status to whatever the status of that sprint is. Okay, now after this thing, I'll decide if we can start the sprint or not, we can end the sprint or not, right? So we will render the buttons according to that. So we already have those conditions. So can start. So for this, I'm going to have a button. And here I'll say start sprint. Let's import this button from /UI. And this will simply have a class name of background green 900 and text to be white. Let's duplicate this and I'll say can end. Here I'll simply say end sprint. And instead of this background green 900, I'll just simply have a variant of destructive, reddish variant. So let's just see. Yeah, we can see the start sprint button right now. Obviously it won't work. If the sprint is, already started, it will show the can end button. And after this div, actually, I'm going to show what the status of that sprint is. If it's started, if it's, in the planning state, if it's ended already. So for that, I'll create a function right here, const get status text. Inside of this, if the status is equals to completed, right, then simply we're going to return sprint has been ended. But what if this sprint has been sprint is active, but we have crossed the due date? This happens sometime, right? So we can show that this is overdue by this much time. So let me show you what I've done over here. So if the state is active, and so if the current date is after the end date, right? So we will show overdue by, and this function right here, format distance now calculates the distance between this date, like today, and the end date. So what's the distance? It will tell us. Over here. So let's say overdue by 5 days, 2 days, etc. If the sprint is in the planned state or the planning state, right, the status equals planned, and it is before the start date, that is today is before the start date, then we can show starts in whatever days are remaining for the sprint to start. So format distance to now, and I'll give start date. Else in the end, I'm going to return null. Yeah, and let's take this function over here. Go to the very end after this div. I'll render it. Oops, I'll render it in curly braces, get status text. If we have something over here, then I'm gonna render a badge. So we've already installed this badge in the UI folder, and I'm gonna render it inside of it. So get status text like this. Let's just give this the class name of margin top to be 3, margin left to be 1, and self to be start, so that it's on the very left side. Right, let's refresh it. Okay, we can't see anything because it's in the range of like start date and end date. Let's just go on and create another sprint, right, and make this sprint start in, let's say it starts from 8, right, whenever that sprint ends till 15. Okay, let's click on create sprint. It's RCJC2, right? If I go and select this one now, error, value is not defined. Okay, we actually need to send this value to this handle sprint change. It will be coming from right here, right? So I'll say value over here. Now if I go back and try to switch it, now you can see starts in 13 days. Awesome. So this looks so good. Let's go on and create the action for, updating the sprint status. That is, let's say if we are on over here, we can click on this start sprint button and we can start the sprint, or we can end the sprint, etc. So I'll go back to my actions folder in the sprints.js, and right here, I'm going to create a export async function update sprint status. And this will take the sprint ID, the current sprint's ID, and the new status that we want to update it to. So first of all, obviously, we're going to be needing to do some null checks. So from our auth, I'm going to take user ID, org ID, and we are also going to take the current user's role, because only the admins are allowed to start the sprint. So obviously, we're going to say not authorized if user is not there or the organization ID is not there. And then we're going to have the try catch block and try to understand this properly. db.sprint.find unique, and I'm going to try to find one particular sprint with respect to this sprint ID that we're getting over here. And we're going to be including the project that sprint belongs to, right? We need the project information as well. Let's add the null check. So I'll say if the sprint does not exist, then I'm going to say sprint not found. And after that, I'm going to say if sprint.project.organization ID is not equal to the current organization ID, then also I'm going to say unauthorized. And also we're going to verify this organization role as well, if user is admin or not. So if org role is not equals to org_admin, only admins can make this change. This is the error that we will give. Now again, we need those three things: now, start date, and end date. And with respect to this, I'm going to add the checks over here as well. If user can, make the, if sprint is already in the ended state and user is making the change to start the sprint. So we need to prevent those situations, right? So I'm going to say if new status is equals to active, and I'm going to say if current date is before the start date, and if it is after the end, or if it's after the end date, then I'm going to say cannot start the sprint outside of this date range, right? We have to be inside of the start and end date between them, so to start the sprint. But what if the user is trying to complete the sprint, right? But sprint is not even active. Then you cannot complete the sprint, right? You cannot end the sprint then. So then I'm going to say throw new error can only complete an active sprint. Without making it active, you cannot complete it. Then in the end, after all of these checks, I'm going to say updated sprint equals await db.sprint.update. So we have this update function to update any pre-existing field. And here I'm going to say where sprint ID is where the ID is equals to sprint ID, and the data to be updated is the status, and status will be the new status that we're trying to update. After all of this is done, I'm gonna simply return success to be true along with the updated sprint. So updated sprint just like that. In the catch, I'm gonna add throw new error.message. And yeah, I think this should do it. Let's go back to our sprint manager over here. We're going to take our use fetch hook. So let's take it right here, use fetch, and I'm going to provide this update sprint status action that we just made. We're going to take the function, rename it to update status, loading error. I'm going to take the data, update it to updated status. So when we, click on these can start or can end buttons, we need to make this change. So first of all, I'll just create a dummy function right here, handle status change. And let's just provide it to these start and end sprint buttons. For end sprint, I'm going to say handle status change and call it with the completed. for start sprint, I'm going to say on click handle status change and give it active. And whenever we are making this API call, I'm going to disable both of these just like that. And obviously in the handle status change, I would need to take the new status over here. So new status, and this will be an async function. Okay, so inside of it, we're just going to simply call this update status function from right here. Oh, sorry, here, which will take two things. One is going to be, one is going to be sprint ID and the new status, right? So what is the current sprint ID? It will be sprint ID, and the new status will be this new status that we are receiving right here. And yeah, that should do it. Let's just make a use effect over here, use effect, which will verify this change and will set the status accordingly and, update our sprint accordingly, a sprint object or the sprint state, you can say. So in the dependency array, I'm just going to provide this updated status and the loading as well. If either of these changes, I'm going to reinvoke it. And I'm going to check if the updated status has something and the updated status, sorry, this will be updated status, not update status, dot success is true. If either of these is true, first of all, I'm going to update the status of that sprint. So set status, the state that we created, so updated status dot sprint dot status. Okay, and then I'm gonna set my sprint, so this set sprint object, I'm gonna update that as well. So I'll say set sprint, take whatever that was already in here and just update the status to this only. Okay, this looks good. Let's make use of this error object as well and loading too. So above this here, I'm gonna render this loading with bar loader. Oh, you know what? Let's just leave the error. It's just a simple API call. If there's any error, I guess this will be invoked by use fetch right here. Let's import use fetch. Yeah. So right here. Okay. I think all of these things looks good. Let's try it out. So use effect is not defined. Okay. Let's import use effect now. Okay. Let's try to switch the sprint. This is fine. So RJCJ1. So let's try to start this sprint over here. If I click on start sprint, it's loading and okay, our sprint has been started and it shows end sprint over here. Let's go and check, verify this inside of our DB. Let's refresh this. The status should have been changed from planned to started. So yeah, oh sorry, active, my bad. Yeah, so as you can see, the sprint is active right now. Amazing. Great, so we have successfully developed the sprint manager, and again we can switch between these sprints back and forth. Now the fun part starts. That is, now we're gonna go on and work on our sprint board, the actual Kanban board, and work on creating the issues and all of those things. Great. So first of all, I'll go on to my actions folder, create a new file for issues. For all of the issues related to actions are going to be over here, .js. And first I'll create the create issue action. So create issue. Let's just first add those null checks, that if user exists or not, if org ID is valid or not. Let's get the information for that particular user from our database. So let's say let user equals await db.user.findUnique. Let's import db over here, where clerk user ID is user ID. We're going to be needing this detail in this action. Now, while creating an issue, there's one thing that we need to consider. So let me just go back and show you. So this is our deployed application, right? So this issue can have either of these four statuses, like to do, in progress, in review, and done, right? So let's say if I create an issue over here, so it should appear right below this one, right? This issue, it should appear right below this. So it should have the index of 0, 1, 2. So second index, right? So first of all, we need to fetch details about this issue as well, that what is the index of this issue. We will find that, like, not index, the order. So in our DB, we have a key called order, right? So what is the order of this issue? If it's on, let's say 1, then I'm gonna say the new issue will be 2, right? So let's just try to find the last issue over here. I'll say const last issue equals await db dot issue dot create db dot issue dot find first. Okay, whatever the first issue that we find over here. Now, where the condition will be, first of all, this project ID. Inside of this project ID, the status is going to be data.status, right? So this is the status. So it should be over here. And then we're going to be ordering it by descending order. So order by this order key, right? That is 0, 1, 2. So we want to order it by descending order. Now we need to figure out our new order with respect to this last issue. So I'll say const new order is equal. So if there's anything inside of the last issue, then I'll take last issue order plus 1. If there is nothing inside of this table, then I'll just say 0 over here. Now let's go on and create our issue. So const issue equals await db.issue.create. And inside of this, I'll have the data key, which will have a bunch of different things coming from this data object that we will be sending it. So let's see. So it will have, title, description, the status that is to do in review, etc., the priority, low, high, etc., project ID, which will be coming from over here, Sprinntt ID, the reporter ID, the user who's trying to create it. So this is where this user object is useful. The assignee ID, that is the person who I am trying to assign this to, and the order, that is the new order of this issue. Now after this, I'll say include assignee to be true and reporter to be true. So we have added it over here because this will return us with the assignee ID and reporter ID only in the object that we will get in the issue, right? But we want the whole information about the assignee and reporter. So instantly, so that we can get that information, we have added the assignee true and reporter to be true. And in the end, I'm just going to simply return the issue. Yeah, that's all. And this is how we're going to go and create our issue. Now, one more thing before we go on and create our issue. If I go on and show you over in the deployed side, when you click on create issue, we get this assignee tab over here, right? When you click on it, we can see a bunch of different users who are part of this particular organization. So we can get those users right over here, right? So to get this list, we would need another server action. So let's make this server action as well. Then we can, go on and build this page. So in the organization.js, I'll go on and create this action called getOrganization users. And this will be very simple, just like before. We're going to check first of all for the user. If it's not there, unauthorized, we're going to check if the user exists in our database. If it's not there, we're going to say user not found. And now after this, I can fetch all of the users inside of that organization. So I'll say const organization membership. Actually, I think we have already written this over here, right? Yeah, right here. Let's just copy it up, just this one, and paste it over here. Instead of this, I'll just say organization memberships, and I'll take out all of the user IDs after it. So I'll say const user IDs is equals to organization memberships dot data dot map, and I will take out the user IDs from this public user data object. Okay. Now, since we have all of these IDs, let's just go on inside of our database and take it out from there. So const users equals await db dot users, user dot find many. And inside this, I'll say where the clerk user ID with these user IDs. And this should give us all of the users for that particular organization. So I'll say return users. That's all. This org ID will be added right here. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so this will be useful when we will go on to build our create issue form. Let's go back to this page, the Sprinntt board page, and start building our board and the create issue button. Now to create our Sprinntt board, I'm going to be using a library which is going to be helping us for drag and drop, right? So this is that library, hello-pangaea/dnd, and this is based on React Beautiful DND. I've made tutorials on that in the past as well. So it helps us make Kanban boards that look something like this. You can see we can drag and drop columns or rows or one particular card, right? So this is pretty powerful and a lot helpful for us to make something like this. So you can see it has two things. It has a droppable zone and it has a draggable card, and it is wrapped by using this drag drop context. This is the exact hierarchy that we will follow. First drag and drop context, then we will have a droppable zone, then we will have draggable zone. Okay, let's go back. So right over here, I'm going to create, first of all, we need to install it, right? So let's just copy it up and go to our terminal and paste it right here. Now, meanwhile, this has been installing, this is installing. I'm going to go to my data and I'm going to create a new file called status.json. Now, inside of it, we're going to keep our dummy statuses like to do in review, etc., etc. So let's just go to this data folder in my GitHub repo, and you can just copy it and paste it right here. Just simple name and key for each and every status that we will be using and storing inside of our database. Okay, that's fine. Let's get our drag drop context, just like I showed you. And this will have a function called on drag end. What is going to happen when the drag ends, right? So this will basically be on drag end function. So let's just create it as a dummy function over here. We're gonna worry about this later on. Now inside of this, I'm gonna create a div which will help us to make it responsive. So I'll say class name to be grid. Now initially in the smaller screens, it will be one single column, right? But in the smaller screens, I'm gonna make it 2 columns, and in the larger screen, it will be 4 columns, the full board. We will keep some gap of 4 between them and some margin top to be 4, background will be 900, and padding will be 4. Okay, so that is a drag and drop context wrapping it. Now, as I mentioned, we will have the droppable zone, right? And again, this will be imported from hellopangia/dnd, right? So there's not going to be one droppable zone, right? We will have 4 droppable zones. So if I showed you in the deploy app, so you can see we have to do, in progress, in review, done, right? 4 droppable zones. So that's what we will be making over here as well. So we will take our statuses. Let's import the statuses from that data folder that we just created. So right here, statuses.map. We will take one single column and we will push it inside of over here. And this will take a key and the droppable ID. So key will be column.id and droppable ID will be column.key. And this droppable ID is very important for, DND to make sure that we are dropping the item in the correct place and we are dragging it from the correct place. Now inside of this, we have a callback that this takes, which is going to be provided. So this will be a provided param in this callback. Inside this, I'm going to create a div over here, inside of which I'm going to give the headings name. So it will just simply be column.name. Let's see how it looks like. I don't think we can see anything right now. Let's return it over here. I think that's the problem. Yeah, we can see to do, in progress, in review, done. Yeah, this looks good. Now we can take this provided over here, and this, this is basically a syntax that we are supposed to write. You don't need to understand this. So basically we're supposed to give it with this provided dot droppable props, so that it can be managed by, DND library. And we need ref as well. So ref will be provided dot inner ref. This will have class name of space y to be 2, and our column name will have class name of font semi-bold, some margin bottom to be 2, and text to be center. Let's see how it looks like. Yeah, that looks way much better now in the center. Now after this is the place where we will be rendering our issues. So let me just add a comment over here, and right below this is where we will be adding our create issue button for the to do column. Also, one more thing, we need to add this provided dot placeholder, so that when we drag and drop a card, then we will show a placeholder for that card, so that all of the cards get shifted. So let me show you something like this. When we drag it, you can see there's this placeholder created behind it, right? So this is that placeholder. And right below this, I'm going to create the create issue button. Now we will only show this button if the column key is to do, and if the current sprint status is not completed. Only then we can go on and create issues. So, and we will have something inside of it, and that will be a button. Let's import it from UI, and let's say create issue. And I'm gonna have a icon over here as well, a plus icon, which will come from Lucid React. And I'm gonna give it class name of margin right to be 2, height and width to be 4. Let's see how this looks like. So inside of our app, yep, create issue. We need to add some more styles to it. First of all, let's just give this variant of ghost and class name of width full. So now it will look good. Yeah, that is much better. And whenever we click on this button, we're gonna invoke a function called handle add issue, which does not exist yet. So let me just quickly go on and create it over here. So right here, I'll say const handle add issue, and it will take the status. And all this will do is it will change the current status that this is being dragged from, right? And it will also open the drawer for creating our issue. So we will have 2 states over here. So right below this, we have is drawer open and selected status, right? And when we click on handle add issue, I'm gonna say set selected status to whatever the status is and set is drawer open to be true. Okay, cool. So now below this, I'm gonna create my issue drawer. So as I've already showed you, we have this is drawer open, right? So this will be provided to that issue drawer, and let's see how that drawer looks like. So if I go to Shadcn UI docs, and this is the drawer component. If you click on open drawer, this is how it opens up. Looks pretty, right? Cool, then let's create a new file over here, create issue.jsx. This will be a client component. I'll say RAFCE, create issue drawer. Okay, let's see how a drawer's code looks like. So this is how it is. Let's just copy it up. And actually, I'll just go on over here in the code and then see. Nahi mani, yahi dikhana hai. So let's just take this code, and instead of this div, I'll just paste this drawer over here. Let's just import all of these things. So make sure to import it from UI, trigger, content, header, title, description, footer. Am I going to be needing footer? I don't think so. So let's just get rid of this footer over here. And yeah, for the props over here, I think I would need is open for the drawer. What happens on close of the drawer? Sorry, on close. The Sprinntt ID for which we are creating the issue. The status, that is the current status, that if we are on to-dos, in review, etc., right? The project ID for which we are creating the issue. On issue created, like what happens when we create the issue, and the organization ID. Okay. And first for the drawer, I'm going to say is open and on close. So we're just going to provide both of these functions over here so that we can dictate when the drawer opens. And for the title right here, I'm going to simply say create new issue. Let's just leave this over here and see how it looks like. First of all, let's just import it over here. So I'll say create issue. Wait, did I not export it? I have exported it. So issue creation drawer. Okay. So issue creation drawer, and let's just provide it the props. So it will be for is open, it will be is drawer open. For on close, I'll say set is drawer open to be false, so that that's what happens on close. Sprinntt ID will be current Sprinntt ID. Status, obviously the selected status that we have made over here. The project ID on issue created. We will create this handle issue created function over here. So let's just create it right now. So const handle issue created, and after the issues are created, I will just fetch issues again over here, right? Let's just worry about it later on. And for the organization ID, I'm going to provide this org ID that we're getting from there. Okay, let's see how this looks like. So if I go on over here, click on create issue. Yep, you can see this small drawer popping up from right here. What is this open? I think, yeah, we don't need this trigger over here. Let's see now. Okay, this looks amazing. So before creating the create issue form, let's just plan the schema for our data, right? So I'll go back to this validators file, and right here, I'm going to say, let's just copy this up again, let's close this as well. And instead of Sprinntt schema, I'm going to say issue schema. And this will have a few things like, for example, title, assignee ID, description, the priority of the issue, right? So first of all, for the title, I'm going to say z.string, it's going to be a string. Minimum one value. If it's not provided, I'm going to give the error that title is required. Now we're going to say assignee ID, which will be z.string again, and it will be a CUID if you remember. So we're verifying it over here. Else we will say, please select the assignee, or provide the correct assignee ID over here. Then we will have the optional description as a string, and then we will have the priority key with z.enum, and we can choose either of these four values like low, medium, high, urgent. Great, then let's just take it and go back to our create issue and start creating our form. So I'll start with the probably React hook form. So I'll say use form over here, and let's just connect it with Zod. So resolver is going to be Zod resolver. So we've done this multiple times, right? Now you would be getting the hang of it. So issue schema, then const, inside of it, let's take register function, the control, because we're going to be needing control because we'll be having a special type of input for our description which enables us to write the markdown syntax. Then we'll have handle submit and obviously our errors from form state. Okay, let's just take the use fetch for both of these things. So we have created this create issue function over here, right? And also we have this get organization users, right? So let's just take them right away over here as well. So first of all, I'll import useFetch and provide it with the create issue. And this will have the loading, which I'll rename to create issue loading function, which will be create issue function error, and the data will be renamed to new issue. Then we will fetch our organization users. So let's import it as well. Loading will be user loading, function will be fetch users, data will be users, right? So both of these things will be highly useful for us in this component. We will have a on submit function as well, right? So const on submit, when we create our issue, this will be invoked. This will take a data and data, and it will be an async function. All right, enough of this. Let's go on and create our UI inside of over here. So right below this will be fetching all of our users, right? So we will be calling it inside of a use effect. So use effect. And when this is being called, I will show a loading indicator over here. So I'm going to say if the modal is open, so is open, and if the org ID is there, then just fetch the users with this org ID. And actually over here as well, I'm going to provide both of these two things. Okay. And when this is happening over here, I'm going to show the loading indicator. So I'll just say if users are loading, then show this bar loader. Let's see how it looks like. Oh yeah, it should be a server only component. So use server, always making this mistake. So let's see now. Okay, if I click on create issue, it should show us the loading and oh, what's wrong? Prisma user.find many invocation. Did you mean question mark available with mark? Let's see what's wrong. I think there's some issue with this. This server action get organization user, this will be in, sorry, not ID, it will be in. So we're supposed to find all of these user IDs. So now if I go back, create issue, now it should not give us any error. Yeah, nice. So below this, I'm going to have a form tag. Inside of this form, for each and every input, I'm going to have a div with a label. This one will be for the title. Inside of this, I'll say title, and it will have some class name of display block. Text to be small, font will be medium, and margin bottom to be 1. And below this, I'm going to have the input, which will come from /UI folder. This input will be just similar to what we have done earlier, ID, title, and register function with title, so that it knows that it is a title field. Then we will render the errors if there's any error in this title. Okay, so there we go. We can see the title. Let's just give the form some styles. So padding 4 and space Y to be 4. Yep, that's better. Let's add that select drop down for the users. So let's just duplicate this div right here. And this one will have assignee. HTML4 can be assignee ID. And now instead of this input right here, I'm going to say controller, since we're going to be using a select, right? And that's kind of third party tag. So controller from React hook form. I'm going to give this the name, assignee ID, and the control, which comes from right here, use form hook. So after this, I'm going to say render, which we've already done this, right? Inside this, I'm going to give a component. Okay. So this will take field, as you already know. So field. Then I'm going to add select over here. So let's take select from the documentation, select, and I'm going to copy it up and paste it right here. Let's import all of these from /UI, select trigger, select value, select content, select item. All right. For this select tag, I'm going to say on value change, and this provides us with the on change function. So I'm going to say field.onChange, and default value will be field.value if we have provided any default values to it. So if you go up over here, we haven't provided any default values, but let's just do that. So I'm going to say default values, and probably I'm going to say for priority, I'm going to give it, let's say medium as a default value. Description and assignee ID can be empty, right? Yeah. So, okay. For placeholder, I'm going to say select assignee, and let's remove this class name from over here and all of these items from here as well. I'm just going to simply go and take this users array, and I'm going to, map them right here. So users.map, and inside this, I'm going to keep this select item. I'm going to take one single user over here and provide this instead of this value. I'm going to say key will be user.id and value will also be user.id. And inside of this, I'm going to say user.name. Let's just give this an optional chaining and let's see how it looks like. If we go back to our app, okay, we can see both of, all of the users basically inside of our organization. Looks good. Then for these errors, I'm just going to say errors.assignee_id and just like previously, right, as errors.assignee_id.message. Below it, I'm going to say description. So it's going to be very similar to this, where is it? This title input. So let's just paste it over here. Instead of title, I'm going to say description over here, description. And again, instead of this input, I'm going to have a controller. So let's just copy these things up over here and I'll paste it. Let me close it, curly brace, and then the closing tag. What did I miss? Oh yeah, inside of this, we're supposed to write the code, right? So simply inside of it, I'm going to be using a markdown editor. So if I go back to my browser and search MD editor, this is the one, React MD editor. So if you have watched my job portal tutorial, I've explained this in that as well. So simply, all we have to do is this, MD editor, and we will change this value and on change as well. And this will provide us with a markdown editor. So let me show you in the deployed website. If we click on create issue, we have this markdown editor. Whenever we type something over here, it will be, beautified in form of a markdown. Cool then. So right here, all I'll say MD editor, and yeah, we have to install it as well, right? So how do we install it? We have to say react install and this right here. So react install at uiw/react-md-editor. Press enter. Okay, let's import it over here. Let's see. Yep, it is imported. Let's see how this looks like. So now if I go back and just refresh it, if I click on create issue, what's wrong? Oh, I guess users have not been fetched yet. So let's just give this a, where is it? In select, let's give it a optional chaining over here. Now let's see. If I click on create issue, yep, it is loading and it has loaded the users and you can see we have this. So if I press hash and say hello, you can see it will be treated as a heading. So it beautifies our description, right? So this will help probably someone who is like manager or someone who is creating the ticket to properly add the points and everything like A, B, C, right? Something like that. So this feature is very important. Now after this, we need to have a select for our priorities. So let me just make this small and just copy this select one. Yeah, just copy this one right here. Also for this, I think it will be description. Yeah, that's better. And after this div, I'm just going to paste it over here. And for this one, it will be priority. So priority over here as well with a capital P. And inside of this, let's say instead of this, I'm going to have 4 items for low, medium, high, and urgent. For placeholder, I'm going to say select priority. This should do it over here as well. Priority. Actually, we don't need error over here since these are optional, right? So let's just get rid of errors from over here. And now let's see. Okay, we have the priority as well. Let's just create the error if the API call fails, right? So we're going to make the API call for creating the issue. So we have this error over here, right? So right below this div, I'm going to say error. If there's any error, then have a p tag with error.message. Okay. Now finally, I'm going to say a button for submitting the form. So I'll say create issue. Instead of this, we will have create issue loading as well, right? Just like we've already added previously. So create issue loading. If that's the case, then we'll show creating, else we will show create issue. Let's import this button. This will be of type submit. Disabled. It will be disabled when create issue is loading, and class name will be width full. Okay. And let's see. So we need to work on our on submit, right? On submit, we need to create issue. So I'll say await create issue fn. So this one right here, yeah, create issue fn. Inside of this, it will take 2 things. First, the project ID, and the other thing is, let's see, if I open this up, the other thing will be the data, which will help us to create an issue. So inside this object, I'll take the data and I'll take the status and Sprinntt ID. Okay, and this on submit, as you already know, will go right over here in the form. So on submit, handle submit, and I'll give this on submit right here. Okay, so after the form is submitted, what will happen? So let me show you. After the form is submitted, we will be returned with this issue, right? So let's create a use effect over here, import it from React. I think it's already imported. And here I will invoke it whenever this new issue changes or this where the create issue loading changes. And inside of this, simply I'm going to say, if there is something inside of the new issue, then reset the form. Where will this reset come from? So it will come from right here. So reset. Then I'll say close the drawer. So we have this on close as well, and invoke this on issue created function that we're getting from issue creation drawer, outside of issue creation drawer, which will help us to fetch all of our issues again. Okay, this looks good. Let's go and check it out if this is working or not. I'll click on create issue over here. If I just click create issue, it will obviously give me errors. Let's say create tutorial. I'm gonna assign it to, let's say, myself only. What is this inside of description? Did I make any mistake over here? I guess in the description I gave some wrong field value. Yeah, it is assignee ID, so it should be description over here. Okay, that's more like it. Let's see if there's any other mistake. I don't think so. Let's just do it again. Let's remove it from here and close it. If I click on create issue, okay, if I change assignee, now the issue doesn't persist. So let's say create tutorial, create tutorial for YouTube. I don't know, add thumbnail to video, something like that, and click on create. Oh, one more thing, we cannot see those dots over here, right? The bullet points. I think we need to add some stylings for it, and I think their documentation also provides information about this. So let's just go to our global CSS file, global.css, and right here on the bottom, I'm gonna say WMDE markdown, and I'm gonna target the unordered list, and I'll simply say list style to be disk type, padding left to be 15 pixels and make it important, else this will not overlap it, and color to be white. Now we should see them. Yep, that's right. Priority, let's keep it medium, and create issue. Let's see if this works. I guess it worked. We have not added that toast over here. So let's try adding toast. So after the issue is created, I'm gonna say, not here actually, right here, toast.success, issue added successfully. Let's see now. If I try to do, let's say just test, right? Test, and I'll assign it to roadside coder, test, priority high, and create issue. Okay, issue added successfully. Let's go to our database and see. I'll just refresh this. We should see two issues right over here. Yep, we can see create tutorial and test. Okay, and you can see it has order 0 and 1. When we'll go on to render these on our board, we will see these orders in real time. Amazing. We have successfully created our create issue logic. Now let's go on and render all of these in our Kanban board, right? So, but before that, we need to add this action over here in the issues.js, and this is going to be very simple. We need to get issue for one particular sprint, right? So I'll say export async function, get issues for sprint, and we will provide it with the sprint ID. First of all, simply we're gonna do null checks if user ID and org ID is present or not, else we'll say unauthorized. After that, I'll say const issue or issues equals await db dot issue dot find many. We need to find all the issues inside a particular sprint, right? Which is this sprint over here. So I'll say where sprint ID is equals to sprint ID. Since this is same, we can keep it like this as well. What do we need to order it by? We need to order it by using our status and order. So if you remember, when I went on to create this schema over here, right, I told you that this will be helpful for us. Now this will help us a lot making this particular query right over here, because there can be a lot of issues, right, in one single board. So this will help us make things faster. So status is going to be ascending and order is going to be ascending as well. That is from 0 to, whatever the highest number is. And again, I'm going to say include the assignee and reporters object as well. So include assignee true and reporter true so that we can get more information about them and we can render them right here. And I'll say return issue or issues. Okay, let's take this and render this on our board. So I'll go back to my sprint board right here and we will render them over here. So above over here, let's say right here, I'm gonna use our use fetch hook that we created earlier, and get issues for Sprinntt that we created just now. And this will provide us with all of these things: loading, error, function data, and set data will be also useful for us, because when we create a new issue, we will inject it inside of our this data through this function. So I'll just rename it to set issue, data will be issues, function fetch issues, error, issue error, and loading for issues loading. Now we will also be creating another state called filtered issues. Now we don't need this state right now, but we will need this state later on when we go on to include features like filtering of issues. Like for example, you can see this filter issues by user and by priority or searching issues, right? All of these things. So this will be helpful for them. So let's just keep them created right over here. And initial value will be this issues that comes from our DB. We need to call this as well, right? Fetch issues. So let's just call it inside of our use effect. So use effect. Let's import it from React. And inside this, first of all, I'll say current Sprinntt.id. Whenever the current Sprinntt changes, I'm gonna invoke it. So if current Sprinntt.id is there, then we will say fetch issues. And fetch issues, what does it take? It takes the Sprinntt ID itself. So I'll just send it with the Sprinntt ID. So let's just try to console log this over here and see if we're getting our issues or not. So I'll go to my console, and yep, there we go. We can see both of our issues coming from the backend. Awesome. Let's render them over here. One more thing, actually we have sent this handle issue created, right? Whenever the issue is created. So we have set this fetch issues again. So simply just add this call over here, right? And if we are not able to, get all of our issues, I can simply say if issues have any error. So right here, if issues have any error, then return error loading issues. Let's just remove this console log from over here. Okay. Meanwhile, the issues are loading. I'm going to show the loading indicator as well. So right over here, let's say if issues are loading, I'm going to show my bar loader right here. So just like this, let's go on and see if I refresh this, we should see the issues loading somewhere around. Yep, there we go. Our issues are loading, and obviously we cannot see since we have not rendered it over here. So right here, I'm going to render my filtered issues state dot filter. Now we're using filter over here because we're supposed to render it with respect to the column that we are in, right? That is, to-dos will be under the to-dos, in review will be under in review, in progress under in progress. You get the idea, right? So in I'm going to say dot filter, and also let's just say optional chaining. Filter, I'm going to say issue for every single issue. Let's say issue dot status is equals to column dot key. Whatever the column key is, with respect to that, we will render them. And then after it, I'm going to say map. So map right here. And inside of this map, we will take the issue and the index. And you might remember, as I showed you that diagram, we have the drag and drop context, then the droppable, and then the draggable. And this is something that we will be able to drag, right? So this will be a draggable. And will be coming from DND library. Now this will have the key of issue.id, draggable ID, right? Again, issue.id, and index is going to be just this index, right? It helps it to, differentiate which card belongs where. Inside this draggable, I'm going to have a provided as well, callback. So inside of this callback, I'll say return dev. Now let's take the provided over here. And again, this is some syntax that we have to provide over here, which is some ref of provided.innerRef, provided.draggable props, and provided.drag handle props. And these are just taken care of by the library, right? And now inside of this, we will have the actual issue card. So I'll create a issue card component right here. This doesn't exist yet, so this will take issue. So issue. Let's go on and create it, and I'll create it inside of our components folder. So issue dash card.jsx, RAFCE issue card. And let's import it over here and save it, and let's go back and see if we can see anything. There must be two cards over here. Let's see if we are returning it properly. I think there's something wrong with this fetched issue state. So let's just do one thing. For now, I'm just gonna render issues, and when we later on go on and implement this fetched issue functionality, we will check what's going on over there, right? So yeah, we can see both of the issue card right over here. Obviously these won't work right now. You can see if you try to drag and drop it somewhere else, it won't work, since we have not written this on drag and logic, which is very important for this thing. Right. Okay. Let's go inside of this. What is it? This issue card, and let's build this issue card right here. First of all, with respect to the priority, I'm gonna show the color of the card, right? Or you can say the border, top border of the card. So if the priority is low, I'll say border green 600, medium, yellow, high, orange, urgent, red, right? And this issue card will take the following things in the input. So issue, obviously show status, if you're supposed to show the status or not, because this issue card will be used in other places as well, right? Like for example, it will be used in the organization page where we will show assigned issue and created issues. So there I want to show the status, that's why I show status false. On delete and on update, what's gonna happen on both of these functions, we will check that as well. So just to make these scalable, we are adding these over here. Now over here inside of this div, actually instead of this div, let's just keep it a fragment over here, and I'll have a card right here. Let's import this card from /UI/card. Let's just take this card from Shadcn UI instead of writing it out. Card here. Let's just copy this card and paste it right here. Let's import the card header, card title. We're not going to be needing the description, card content, and card footer. All right. First of all, for the card title, I'm going to say issue.title. If the show status is true inside of the card content, I'm going to say show status is true. I'm going to show a badge with the status of that card. So status of that issue. And we will also show the priority. So badge with issue.priority, and I'm going to have class name of -ml1. That is, it will be margin left to be -0.25 rem. Inside of the card footer, so let's just remove this. Inside the card footer, we will show the user's avatar. So actually we need to create a separate component for that. So user-avatar along with their name .jsx RAFCE user avatar. This will simply be a avatar component from Shadcn UI. So if you go back over here in the Shadcn UI, we have this avatar component that we have installed earlier. So let's just copy it up and we will paste it right here. Let's import it. So from UI/avatar fallback as well. So this will simply take a user object, and in the for the image, it will say user.image URL. Now this can be optional, so I'll just keep optional chaining over here. For the alt text, I'm going to say user.name. And for this avatar fallback, first of all, I'm going to say class name to be capitalized. And inside of it, I'll say if user is there, then render the username, else we will say question mark. Like if it's assigned to, if it's not assigned to someone, right? In that case, after this avatar, I'm going to simply display the name of the user. So if user is there, then display the username, else I'm going to say unassigned. And class name is text extra small, text gray to be 500. Okay. For the parent div, I'm going to say class name to be display flex, items to be center, space horizontal to be 2, and width to be full. So let's just take this and render it right here. So user avatar, I'm going to import it, and this will take user as the issue.assignee. Let's give the avatar some height and width. So height 6, width 6. Let's see how it looks like. Oh, it's weird. So we need, oh yeah, now it's fine. After we have given it the height and width. Yep, you can see my name and my picture. And what is this all about? It should be a badge over here, right? And after this, I'm going to simply say when this issue was created. So I'll say created and the created over here. Now we haven't added this variable yet. So this created will simply be distance from now to when the issue was created. So I've said const created is equals format distance to now, import it from date-fns. Whenever the issue was created, till then, up until now, we will say tell me the distance and add suffix to true. This will add this. This will create it in this format, like x ago or in x days ago or whatever. So let's see. See, created 28 minutes ago, 29 minutes ago, something like that. Abhi yahan se dikha raha hai. What is this weird icon? I think I have imported the wrong badge. Yeah, from Lucid React. We need to import the badge from /UI. Now we should see the priority. Yeah, that's right. Let's add the class name for the card content. It will be display flex so that they are on one single line, some gap between them, and minus margin top to 3. Yeah, that looks fine. If we want to see it as well, like we will show it in pages like organization page, right? So yeah, it will look something like this, but not needed over here since we already can see which column does this belong to. For this card, let's give it the class name of cursor pointer. On hover, I'm going to show some shadow and transition to be shadow. Yeah, you can see, we can see some shadow between them when we hover on it. Let's give this some class name. It will be display flex, and since we want them in top and bottom, so flex column. Item start and some space vertical to be 3. Yeah, that's more like it. Now we want to add the functionality. When we click on it, we should see a pop-up or dialog box, right? That would show us more information about the issue, like description. So for that, I'm going to go back and I'll add a state over here, which will help us to open that dialog. So I'll say const is dialog open and set is dialog open. Let's just import this use state right here. And also one more thing, we have this priority color as I mentioned, right? So let's give it to our card header. So this will simply be a class name of border top to be 2, and whatever the priority color is, that is this class of border will be applied over here. So we're just giving it to the border top, and then it will be rounded large. Let's see. So with respect to the issue, yes, we can see this is a, what is it? This is low. This is medium. So we can see yellow. This is high. That's why we can see orange. Great. Now regarding this is dialog open. Below this card right here, we will add this. So I'll say is dialog open, and I will add a component right over here. Let's just add empty fragments for now. And we will come back to this later on. First, let's just work on our that on drag and logic. So this thing on drag, and this is very important. Try to understand this properly. So whenever on drag and occurs, this will be an asynchronous function, by the way, we will get a result object from that D&D library. Now, first of all, we need to check two things over here. If our current sprint status is planned, then we're going to give the warning, start the sprint to update the board. We cannot update the board, right? And we will return it. If the sprint status is completed, obviously, then also we cannot update the board. So we're going to give this warning right here. Then after that, from this result object, we will get two things, destination and source. That is the source where that card is taken from and the destination where that card is going to be dropped on. And let's add two checks over here. First one will say if there is no destination, then return. Simple. And second one will say if destination.droppable ID is equals to the source.droppable ID, right? That means, let me show you. If you have taken card from over here and dropped card over here itself, right? Then we don't need to do anything. And destination.index is equals to source.index. That is column is same and index is same. Then obviously we don't need to do anything. Then we will say return. Okay. But if all of that is fine, then we will copy our issues inside of this new ordered data. And we will manipulate this variable right over here. Now, we need to get the list of both source and destination. Like for example, if we are going from here to here, right? We need to get this list and this list as well, so that we can work on updating both, because this will go from over here. That means we will update it. Like for example, this is on 0 index and 1 index. If this will go from here to here, this will become 0 index for this column and this will become 0 index for this column, right? So we need both of the lists. So I'm going to say for source and destination list, I'll say new ordered data, that is from our issues. I'll say filter list.status will be source.droppable ID. So this is where the droppable ID is super useful, right? So we will take source list and the destination list. Now there are two cases over here. One is if we have taken the card and rearranged in the same column itself, that is dropped right here, right? This is one column, that is card is taken and dropped in the same column. And the other case will be card is taken and dropped in the other column. So we will work on both of these. Let's first work on the first one. That is if the source and destination are absolutely same, right? Card is being dropped in the same place. Then actually I will write a separate function for writing this logic, and that will be a reorder function. So const reorder, and this will take our, our list, our source list, and it will reorder the indexes in that. So it will take list, the start index and the end index. Now over here inside this function, first of all, we will create the copy of this list. So this will be a shallow copy, actually, not the deep copy. So I'm going to create the copy of this list in this result. Then I will remove this from this list first of all, right? So I'll say result.splice. So if you've seen, what splice is. So it basically takes two things. First is the start index from where it has to remove the elements, right? And then how many elements is it supposed to be removing, right? For example, let's say this is the array, right? 1, 2, 3, or let's say 4, or 5, whatever. Let's take random numbers. I don't know, 22, 61, right? Something like that. Let's say this is the array. So what we want to do, I want to remove this from over here. So start index, that is, this is the index, remove one item from over here. Okay. And then in the end, result.splice end index, whatever the end index is, let's say this was the end index, right? In the end index, don't remove anything. So 0. And whatever the removed element is, insert that. So insert it right here. So this is what we are doing. So we are reordering in the same list, right? So that's is the logic behind this. And we're going to return it then. So let's take this reorder function then. And right here inside of this, I'm going to call it. So I'll say reordered cards equals reorder function takes the source list, the source index, and the source destination. And it will do the exactly in the same way, just like I've told you. And then we will take the reordered cards and do for each. And for each and every card, I will update the order, right? So card, comma, index with respect to that. So I'll say card dot order is equals to I. It will update the index. And after this is done, we will take all of this, all of these cards and we will sort them. So after this, I'm going to say sorted issues equals new order data, the one that we will be manipulating. I'm going to say take that dot sort and we will sort them in the ascending order. And simply in the end, I will say set issues. So if you remember, we had this set issues right here. Yep, set issues. And this will get new ordered data and the sorted issues. And yeah, I think this should work now. Obviously, we are not updating the backend currently and we have just catered to one single use case, but let's see. Okay, this is working. Amazing. But if, if I refresh this, it will go back to the original position because obviously we are not updating the backend. And we have not yet added the functionality for putting it in some other column, right? So let's work on that. So over here, else. Now, first of all, first thing first, we need to remove the card from the source index. If this is going from here to here, obviously this will be removed from right here, right? First step, const moved card. We need to remove it from there. Similarly, we're going to do the splice. We're going to give the index from where it is supposed to be removed from the source list and one card is supposed to be removed, right? Then we're going to assign the new status to that card, right? So currently it was on to do. I want, let's say if it's going to in progress, I want the in progress status, right? So assign the new list ID to the moved card dot status equals destination dot droppable ID. All right. Then let's add it to our destination list. So I'll say destination list dot splice wherever it's going. So it's going over here in the destination dot index. Don't remove anything. Just add this moved card. And then let's just update the order for both source list and the destination list, just like this. So I'm going to say source list dot for each, and with respect to the index, we're going to update the order. Same for destination list as well. And yeah, I think that's it. This should do it. In the end, we'll do API call. We'll come back to this. Let's try to do this. If I put it over here, awesome. This is working. Amazing. There we go. This is awesome. Fine then, let's go on and create the action for updating the issues order. So right here, I'm going to say update issue order. This will be the function that we'll be calling along with the sorted issues. Let's just comment it out for now. So I'm going to go to the actions and issues and right here. Now, this is something that is a big operation, right? We're updating a lot of, like there might be a lot of issues that are updated because of this. If you are moving one card to other list, a lot of cards will have their orders changed, right? So to handle such big API calls, we have a concept of transaction in Prisma, right? So let me show you. First of all, let's just get the null checks out of the way for user ID and the organization ID. And then I'm going to say await db dot, and we have something called a $sign transaction, right? This is the transaction that will be. So basically transaction is something that either it will complete the operation or it will fail the operation. So each one of these operation has to get completed, else we will fail it. So async, I'll take Prisma from inside of it, and then inside of over here we will make the API call. So in this we will get the updated issues array, right? So we will say for, we're going to loop through it, const issue of updated issues, and then I will say await. So we'll be making multiple calls, prisma dot issue dot update, and inside of this I'll say where the issue ID is the whatever the current issue is, and then we will update the status and the order. So data status is issue.status, order issue.order. And after this has been completed, I'll say return status to be true. That's all. Let's take this and go back to our Sprinntt board, and right here let's use our use fetch hook to do this thing. So right above this I'm going to say use fetch hook and update issue order that we just created. We'll have function loading an error, and we'll rename this accordingly. And let's take this update issue order function, and we will call this right here with the sorted issues. We will take those loading and error as well, and let's just oh wait, what's wrong? Let's take this and call this over here. Yeah, and right here let's just show the loading for them. So I'll overlap this issue loading along with this update issue loading. If this is also going on, then show the bar loader. If there's any error, simply we're gonna show the error just like we've been showing up until this point. Let's see if this works. So now it has been reset. Now if I move this right over here, it's gonna show me this loading indicator, and yeah, now it has been updated. Let's move it over here. Let's refresh the page now to see if this worked out or not. Oh yeah, that is what we wanted, and it did work out. Amazing. Let's go on to some other Sprinntt and try to create an issue. Let's say test2 and make it urgent, and we should be able to create the issue, but we should not be able to update the board. So yep, you can see it gives us error over here. Start the Sprinntt. Oh, we have not added, like we have not imported this toggle toast warning. So okay, I'll just import it right here. Now it should work. So if I try to move it, you can see start the Sprinntt to update the board. It gives us warning every single time we try to do this. Great. Let's just move switch back to our old Sprinntt. And now what I want, when I click on a certain card, I want to be able to update the card, like for example things like, I don't know, priority or the status in which it is in, right? And I should also be able to delete them. So let's just first go on and create the actions for both of these. So over here in the issues.js, first create the delete issue action, and it will take the issue ID. Again, let me just quickly write the null checks over here for user ID, org ID. If it's not present, unauthorized. Fetch the user from database, not present, user not found. Cool then. Let's find a particular issue. So I'll say await db.issue.findUnique with respect to where ID is issue ID, and include the project inside of this as well. We'll be needing it. If there is no issue present, then I'm going to say issue not found. That's all. Then we will add some more checks over here. Like if issue.reporter ID is not equals to the user.id, that is the user that is currently logged in. If they are not the reporter, then they are not in the, they don't have the permission to delete the issue. Either the reporter can delete it or the admin can delete it. The whole organization admin can delete it, right? So issue.project.admin IDs includes the user.ids. But if all of this is taken care of, in the end, we will call the delete function. So I'll say db.issue.delete where ID is this ID, and then return success true. Cool. Let's just write the same for our update issue as well. So update issue action. This will take the issue ID and the data that is going to be updated. Let's first write the null check, and actually anyone can update the issue. There is no admin or reporter provision over here. If I want, I can update my issue to probably high priority or low priority. And here I'm going to add the try catch block. In the try catch block, first we will find that issue. So this thing, I'll take this and paste it over here. I'm going to find that issue. If the issue is not present, I'm going to say issue not found. And if the issue is not the part of this organization, the current org ID that I'm in, I'm going to say unauthorized. Okay. Then we will update the issue over here. So I'll say const updated issue equals await db.issue issue dot update. Oops, update. Inside of this, first of all, I want the issue that I want to update. So where ID is equals to issue ID. Then I want to update the status and priority. So status will be data.status, priority will be data.priority. And when it returns us, I want to get the assignee and reporter information as well, right? This is what we will be adding back to the set issues array. Then I'm going to say return updated issue. If there's any error, I'm going to throw a new error updating issue, and with this the error dot message. Okay, yeah, we've created both of these delete and update issue functions. We would need to go to our issue card and we need to add them right inside of over here, the dialog box. But one more thing that I forgot, that when we are updating the order of the issue, so this loading is going on, right? Update issues loading. So while that is going on, I don't want anyone to, move the issues again or touch like the cards. So right here, I'll say for draggable, I'm going to say disabled, is drag disabled to be this update issues loading. If it's being updated, then just disable the drag. So coming back to this issue card over here, I will create that dialog box for, showing the issue details. So let's say issue details dialog. And what are all the things that we will provide it? First of all is open, right? So we've created this is dialog open state over here, right? So is open is equals to is dialog open. And this will be open whenever we click on the card, right? So I'll just say over here on click, set is dialog open to true. Okay. Apart from that, this will get the on close function, which will say is dialog open false and issue. Apart from that, when we delete or update the card, we will call certain functions, which will be on delete handler and on update handler, and we will have the border color as well. So similarly, what we've done right here, this priority color and issue.priority, this is what we'll be providing over here. Now these two does not exist over here. So whenever we update the card, right, we want to refresh the page. That is refresh all of the issues actually. So for doing that, we would need this router over here, and user router will be coming from next navigation. And both of those on delete and on update would look something like this. Router.refresh, and on delete, we would provide whatever params that we want to. Same for on update over here as well, right? And yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's go on and create this issue dialog, issue details dialog component. So in the components right here, I'm going to create a new file for issue details dialog.jsx, RAFCE issue details dialog. Okay, now first of all, we would need the dialog over here, right? So let's get it from Shadcn UI over here in the dialog. Let's copy this up, and instead of this, I will paste it right here. So let's just import all of these: trigger, content, header, title. We won't be needing the description. Okay, let's take all of the props right here, is open, on close, etc., etc., and simply dialog will get this. Open is open, and on open change will be on close. Okay, let's see how it looks like. So if I click on this, we have not imported it yet, my bad. Okay, like that. Let's see again. If I click on a card, yep, we can see the dialog. Great. Let's work on it further. First of all, we won't be needing this trigger over here, and for our title, I'm going to say issue.title. Let's see if we can see that. Yep, create tutorial, and this one will be the test. All right, I'm going to wrap this thing inside of a div, and this div will have the class name, display flex, justify between, and items to be center, and the dialog title is going to be text 3xl. Let's see. Okay, that's more like it. Now, if this is not the project page, then what we want to do over here, we want to show the link so that we can go to the project page, right? So for that, first of all, I'm going to be needing a hook over here, use path name, import it from next/navigation. And right here, I'm going to say if it's a project name, right? So first of all, I need to add the condition, which is const is project page, right? So I'll say if it's the URL starts with /project/ something, right? Then it is a project page. But if it's not a project page, then display this right over here. And actually this is not going to be not here. We can say if it's not the project page, I can show a button over here, and that button will take us to the project page basically, right? So here I'm gonna have a button, which variant ghost, size is going to be icon, On click, we will, invoke this function, and title is going to be go to project. So external link is going to be the icon that we will be using over here. And let's create that function. So const handle go to project. And simply inside of it, I will say, first of all, I would need the router. So const router equals use router over here. And I will say router.push /project / whatever the project ID is, and also the Sprinntt ID, so that we can go to that particular sprint where this issue belongs to. Now, after this, we're going to be needing the permission. Like we would need the confirmation that if user is an admin or the reporter, right, they can change it or not. That is, they can delete this issue or not. First of all, we would need two states over here. One will be for status and other one will contain the priority. These two things that can be changed inside of our, component. Then we would need the information for the user and the membership info of that particular user, right? Like if they're admin or not. Then right away, I think I should take both of those use fetch as well for our delete and update. So for delete, again, it's delete loading, delete error, delete issue fn, and deleted. Same for our update issue as well. Let's just import this use fetch and both of these actions. Then we can, start working on our UI. And yeah, I think this looks good. Also, one more thing I forgot. We need to take this can change variable as well. This will tell us if user.id is equals to issue.reporter.clerk user ID if they are either reporter or they are membership.role equals org admin if they are organization admin. All right, let's go down over here below the header. Whenever our issue is being updated or deleted, we're going to show this bar loader over here with the update loading and delete loading from right here. Right, and below this, I'm going to have a div which will contain, the select boxes for statuses and priority. So let me just get the select from Shadcn UI. So select from right here. Okay, let's paste it over here. And actually, there's going to be one more div over here, and then we'll keep the select for this one be for statuses. So let's just import the select trigger value content and the item. Let's just remove both of these. And on the top, I'm going to need the statuses from add data / status that we created. And also, I'm going to be needing the priority options that we will be rendering, right? So let's first render this status right here. So over here in the placeholder, I'm going to say status class. I'll remove that for now. And inside of over here, I'm just going to simply render my statuses. So statuses.map and select inside of select item, I'm going to say option.name. And key will be option key, value will be option.key as well. So let's see if we can see anything. If I click on it, use state is not defined. Okay, let's just define the use state and then check it out. Is there any error? Have we imported these two things, use user and we have not. So now I think it would work. If I click on it, use user, I have imported it. Let's click on it again. Yep, we can see all of the statuses over here. Let's do the same thing for the priority, but first for inside of over here in the statuses, in the select, I'm going to say value to be status, and on value change, I'm going to create a function for status change. So let's call it handle status change, and let's just make it right here. So const handle status change like this, and this will take a new status over here, status, and this will be an asynchronous function since we will make the API call inside of it. Let's duplicate it for our priority change as well. So let's say handle priority change and new priority. Okay, now we will duplicate this select over here for our priority as well. So I'm gonna say for instead of status, I'll say priority state and handle priority change. Placeholder will be priority. And instead of this, I'm going to render priority options dot map. And again, we'll render option over here. Let's see this again. Okay, that's fine. Let's just style this a little bit. For the parent div, I'm going to say space y to be 4. And for this inner div right here, I'm going to say display flex item center so that they are on one single line, right? And space horizontal to be 2. Let's see. Yeah, they look much better now. By the way, they cannot change the priority. They can change the status, but for priority, so I'm going to say disabled equals not can change, right? So if user is not admin or a reporter, they cannot change the priority. All right. Now below this div, I'm gonna render our description, right? So let me just bring in real quick. It's just very simple, right? Inside of our div, I'm gonna have a heading for description, and I'm gonna use my MD editor. If you remember, we used it to input the description. Now to render it, I'm gonna say MD editor.markdown. Make sure you write it this way. Class name will be rounded for the input, like the box, and some padding horizontal and padding vertical. And source will be issue.description. If this exists, I'm going to provide it, else I'm going to say -- over here. Let's see if we can see that. If I click on over here, yep, we can see the description. Awesome. Below this, I'm going to render the avatar for both, assignee and the reporter. So below this div, I'm going to say this div right here. And we've already created this user avatar, if you remember. This div will have class name of flex and justify between, so that they are one single line. Let's import this. Then we will have a heading for both of them and user avatar. Very simple. We've already done all of these things up until this point, right? So this is just the UI. So let's go on and see. Yep, assignee and the reporter both are over here, and actually both are same. If we see this, yeah, now in this case, is assignee is different. Now let's create the buttons for, like, the button for delete as well. So right below this, I'm gonna say, first of all, if can change is true, that is they can delete it, then I'm gonna render this button over here. On click, I'm gonna trigger this handle delete, which does not exist yet, but we will create it. And this will be disabled when it is deleting, and variant will be destructive. And when it is loading, I'm gonna say deleting, else delete issue. So let's just create this dummy function over here. Const handle delete like this. Okay. And then if there's any error while deleting or updating, I'm gonna display the error right below this. So I'll say, if delete error or update error, if delete error or update error, then render either of those errors, right? I'm just moving a little bit fast over here because all of these things have been already done, right? So I'm sure you would not be having any problem. If you are, then just probably go again back in the video and just you can have a look how I've done that. All right, let's write the logic in these three functions, 1, 2, and 3. Handle it. Let me just take it up here. Okay. So what's going to happen on status change? First of all, we will set the status to the new status, right? So I'll say set status equals new status, this right over here. And then I'm going to call this, where is it? Oh, yeah, update issue. So update issue function, it will first take the issue ID, issue.id. And inside of it, I'm going to provide the new status and the priority. This is exactly what we will be doing over here inside of this function as well. Instead of set status, we will say set priority and give it new priority. And in the update issue function, I'm going to say status will be the same and priority will be new priority. Just like that. And this should work now. For our handle delete, it's going to be very simple. It's just going to be like what we've done in the project, right? So are you sure you want to delete this issue? If yes, then we will trigger this delete issue function with issue.id. And if it's deleted, then I'm going to obviously show the toasts as well. And for that, we will have the use effect. So right below this, I'm going to create a use effect with deleted, which will run if deleted, updated, delete loading or update loading changes. So first of all, I'm saying if deleted has something inside of it, then I'll say close the dialog and trigger the onDelete function that is being sent to this, right? Same for updated as well. If updated has changed, I'm going to trigger the onUpdated. Let's just make sure we have imported use effect. And also we will take this border color over here and we will render it in an appropriate place, which will be right here in the priority. So priority trigger. I'm going to say class name, border color, and rounded. So now you'll see if I click on it, yep, we have some border color. If I click on high, it should be turned red now. Let's see. Is it? No, I think something failed over here, or probably we did not make the API call. Let's see. Handle priority change. That's fine. Update issue and on update is being called. Let's see where this is. So over here on update handler. Okay, this should have done router.refresh. If we refresh the page, let's see if it was updated or not. Yeah, it was updated, but it was not updated in real time. Let's see what went wrong. So of course, it's because in the Sprinntt board page, we are not providing the onDelete and onUpdate. onDelete and on update. So what's going to happen over here? On delete, I'm going to fetch all of the issues once again. And on update, I'm going to update all of the issues in the local. So what I'll say, I'll take the updated issue and I'm going to say set issues. All of the issues, I'm going to say issues.map. And if the issue.id is equals to the updated issue.id, then I'm going to return the updated one. And then if that is not the case, I'm going to return all of the other issues. Now it should work out. Let's see. Okay, let's try to create a new issue over here. Let's just say test only. Roadside coder, test, and let's keep it medium. Create issue. Okay, the issue has been created. Drag and drop is also working fine. If I click on over here and change it to high, let's see if this changes or not. So this should turn orange, yep, and this is also high. Amazing. Let's try to change it to do. And this should be moving to right over here after this is done. Yep, awesome. So all of this update and delete functionality is working flawlessly. Now the only thing remaining over here is adding the filters to our board right here. So first of all, for adding the filters, we already have this filter issues state right over here. And right below it, I'm going to create a function called handle filter change, which will provide us with new filtered issues, which we will set right over here, right? Now, both of these things are gonna go inside of a separate component, which will be right above this. So here, basically, I'll say if there's issues and not issues loading, that is issues loading has been finished, I'm gonna say we would have a board, filters component. And this will take all of the issues and the on filter change function. That's all. Now let's go on and create this board filters since we have not created yet. So I'm going to create a new file called board filters.jsx, RAFCE, board filters. Now this will take the issues and on filter change in the params. So let's discuss it. So this will have a search filter, right? Or search query. Then it will have filters for the users, how many users are over there, like how many users issues are there present in the board, only those users will be present, and the priorities, right? Like sort by priorities. So let's just take a priorities array over here as well. Right now, inside of this, let's create the state for all those three. So for search, it's going to be search term and import use state as well. There's going to be selected assignees state. Then there's going to be selected priority state. Okay, inside of this div over here, I'm going to create another div inside of which I'm going to have a input tag for our search, right? And to change this search, we will have value to be search item, and on change, I'm going to say set search term to e.target.value, just like we do, right? And this will have some class now width full, and in the bigger screen, it will have width to be 72, and placeholder will be search issues. Okay, below it, I'm going to have a div which will contain all of the assignees, right? So inside this div, let's just give this class name of flex shrink to 0, right? And for this parent tag, I'm going to give class name of display flex and flex column in the smaller screens. In the bigger screen, it will be flex row. Padding right will be 2 and some gap will be 4. In the bigger screens, the gap will be 6 and margin top will be 6 as well. Okay. So now inside of this, I'm going to create another div which will contain all of our assignees, right? So we will render all of the assignees over here. First of all, we need to calculate all of these assignees, right? How do we do that? So on the top over here, I'll say const assignees equals, we have all the issues. So issues dot map, I'll take one single issue and take out the assignee. So issue dot assignee and then filter and take out all of the unique assignees, right? So what I'll do, I'll take the item, the index and the whole array, right? This remaining array that we're providing it. And if index is equal to, and here I'm trying to find that particular index. So let's say in this array, we have like 2, 3, 4, 5, and 2 appears again, 4, 7, 8. So these are like all of the issues with different assignees, right? We're going to check if the assignee appears for the very first time, then we will take it and place it in the another array, right? 2. Then 4, then 5. Now next time 2 appears again, that means we have already taken it, right? So we're not going to take it. So this finds the index of that thing. Okay, so we will take these assignees and we will render them inside of this div. So assignees dot map. We will take the assignee and the index, and inside of it, I'm gonna return a div. Inside this div, I'm gonna render simply the avatar of those assignees, right? So avatar, just like this, we have taken it from our UI folder, which comes from Shadcn UI, right? So let me just import all of these. So what I've done over here in the src, I'm saying assignee.image URL, and in the fallback, assignee.name. That's all. Let's go and see how it looks like. Board filters is not defined. Okay, let's just import it over here. Now let's see. Oh, input is not defined as well. Let's import input as well. Okay. So yeah, style is breaking right now, but we will fix it very soon. After this, I'm gonna have a select box with all of the priorities. So again, we've done this a million times. So let's just add the select from Shadcn UI. Oh, not here actually. Below this div. Select. And here, simply we have taken this state, right? Select priority. So I'm gonna say value equals select priority, on value chain, set priority. And the trigger, I'm gonna say for placeholder, select priority. In the content, I'm gonna render these priorities that we have taken right over here as a map. And for each item, I'm gonna say key will be priority and value will be priority as well. Let's go on and see. Select is not defined. Yeah, we have to import all of these. Select content. That's it, I guess. I think select item as well. Yeah. Now let's see how it looks like. Okay, this looks great. And if either of these filters is applied, I'm gonna say clear all button over here, right? So let's just have this condition over here of is filter applied. And this will simply say if search term is not empty, or selected assignees.length is more than 0, or the selected priority is not empty. Then obviously some filter is applied, right? So below this, I will say is filter applied, and I'm gonna have this button over here with variant ghost. On click, we're gonna call a clear filter function, which does not exist yet, but we will make it. And class name will be flex and items to be center. And we will have this X icon, which comes from Lucid React, so make sure you import it. Class name will be some margin right, and height and width to be 4. And we will have the clear filter as well over here. So let's just first create this const clear filters over here. And now let's go back and see. We should have a clear filter over here. Let's refresh the page. Oh, we have not applied any filter, right? That's why this is happening. So let's just invert the condition for now. Not filters applied. And now we should see it over here. Oh, button is not defined. Let's import the button. Now we should see. Yep, we can see clear filter right here. Okay, looks good. I think we can just get rid of this margin right to 2. This is too much. Yeah, now it's better. And whenever we press on these clear filters right here, I'm gonna simply clear all my filters. Set search term empty, selected assignees to be empty array, selected priorities to be empty. Okay, cool. Now let's work on our logic, how the filters will be applied. So simply I'll take a use effect over here. I'll say const filtered issues. First of all, this use effect will only run if either of these changes, if either of these filters change or the actual issues change, right? So first of all, filtered issues equals, I'll say issues dot filter, and one by one we will check all of them. So I'll take one single issue, and I'll say if issue dot title dot to lowercase includes this search term. So I'm converting it into the lowercase, and then I'm converting search term into the lowercase, and then I'm checking if this is inside of this search term, then we will apply this filter. And I'll check for another filter now. Selected assignees.length is equals to 0, or selected assignees.includes the current issue's assignee ID. Then we will return it. And third one will be for the priority. If selected priority is equals to empty, or if the issue.priority is equals to the selected priority, right? Whatever the priorities that we have selected, then we will return with respect to that, right? If any of these conditions satisfy, then we will return that in this filtered issues. And then simply in the end, I'll say on filter change the function that we provided it, and I'll say filtered issues. This should work now. Let's see. Oh wait, 1 minute. I need to fix this thing right here. Assignees over here. Okay, use effect is not defined. First of all, let's import it. And then we need to fix this thing right here. Yeah, this thing. So I'm gonna say class name to be flex, gap to be 2 between then flex wrap. And in the return, I'll have a key equals assignee dot ID. And notice what I'm doing over here. So class name will be rounded full like circle, and it will have ring around it, right? Now, if it's selected, and the selected does not exist yet, so let me just make it. So const selected, that means if any of these assignees have already been selected, and how do we decide that? With this. So we have this selected assignees states, right? I'll say if it includes the current assignee ID, then this is selected. And if it is selected, then I will show a blue ring around it. Else I will show a black ring around it. Yeah. And we will also overlap them on top of each other, right? So I'll say if index is more than 0, except the first one, I'll say minus margin left to be 6. So let's see. Yeah, just like that. And let's fix the Z index issue over here. We'll just simply say in this style Z index to be I. So as we move forward, all of the next cards will have the even more Z index, right? So cool. And on click, we need to select a particular user, right? So I'll say on click toggle assignee, and we say assignee ID. This toggle assignee does not exist. So let's create this. After this use effect, I'll say const toggle assignee, and simply inside of it, I'll take the assignee ID, and inside of it, I'm gonna say set selected assignees, take what the previous value was, and I'll check if it's already inside of this array. The assignee ID is already inside of this previous value of selected assignees, then I'm gonna remove it. So I'll say previous dot filter and filter out this ID. Else we will add this ID in this array. Let's see, this should work now. If I click on it, yep, you can see this is being selected. And also this thing, this should not be inverted anymore. Yep, this is fine. Yep. When we select on it, we can see the clear filter. Let's select this. We can still see the clear filters, and we can clear the filters over here as well. Great. Let's see if it's working or not. Yeah, one thing we need to fix. We need to go back, and we need to take this, where is it? Filtered issues, and replace our issues over here with filtered issues. Now it should work. Let's see. If I click on over here, yep, this is being filtered. Awesome. These are both high. Let's make this one urgent. Okay. Now if I select priority urgent, only this one will show up. If I say, okay, we don't have enough cards to test, but don't worry, this will work out. If you clear filters, the filters will be cleared. Amazing. So we are actually done with this thing. We are done with this, Kanban board, and we have created all of the features in this Kanban board. The only one feature that is remaining is in the organizations page. So let's go to our roadside code organization. And right here, we need to render all the user assigned and reported issues. Okay, let's take care of that. So let's go to our actions inside of the issues.js. And here I'll create a new issue for get user issues. Okay. First of all, let's just do our error checking. If the org ID is not there and user ID is not there, which is being provided from over here, I'm going to say no user ID or organization ID found. And then we'll check if user exists inside of our database or not. If not, I'll say user not found. Then after it, I'm going to say const issues equals await db.issue.find many. And inside of it, I'll say where. Now notice what I'm doing over here. So we have to apply multiple conditions. First of all, if the user is assignee or a reporter, we want for both of them, right? So I'll say or either the user is assignee or the user is reporter. So we'll check for both of them inside of this and fetch all of those issues. And also I need to get only those issues which exists inside of this organization. This is very important. Only this organization. No, else it will give us, user issues across different organizations, right? And then simply after it, we will say include everything about the project, assignee, and the reporter, right? We'll take all of these three information and order by updated at in descending order. Okay, this looks good. And in the end, I'm going to return our issues. So return issues. Now let's go to the user. Okay, inside this organization, we will create a new component called user-issues.jsx. So that will be rendered over here, right? Or have I already made it? Let's see. No, we have not made it. So this is where it will be rendered like this. User issues. We will provide it user ID in the props. So let's just go inside of it. RAFCE user issues. And this will take the user ID as the prop. Let's import it right here like this. Okay, coming back over here. Here we will be using a tabs component for rendering both of them. So let's see how a tab component work. So if I go to Shadcn UI's documentation, over here in the tabs, yep, this is what we want. So yeah, let's just copy this up and I'll just make it a fragment. Inside of it, I'll paste this tab component. Let's import all of them one by one. Trigger, content, yeah, and above it, I'm gonna have first of all the heading for my issues. So I'll say h1 to be text 4XL, font bold, gradient title, margin bottom to be 4, and it will say my issues. Let's see how it looks like. What's wrong? User ID is not defined. Let's go back. This user ID is gonna come from over here, from the clerk, right? So I'll say const user ID from auth. Let's take auth over here from /server. If the user ID is not there, I'm gonna redirect it to sign in, and redirect is gonna come from next/navigation. Let's see now. Yep, that is what we want. Let's change these. So inside of these user issues, both instead of these tabs trigger, I'm gonna say assigned and reported, which will be assigned to you and reported to you. Let's say width is going to be full. How does it look now? Okay, pretty good. Inside of tabs content, over here, this one, first one will be for the assigned, second one will be for the reported. And inside of these, I'm gonna render my issues. So let's just create a issue grid component right below it. So let's say function, this will just be used over here, function issue grid. Here I'll take the issues that will be provided to us from over here and we will render them, right? So simply inside of it, I'm gonna say return a div with grid. In smaller screens, there will be one column. In the medium screens, it will be 2 column. Larger screens will be 3 column and some gap of 4 between them. And then simply I will render my issue card, right? That we have made earlier after, mapping these issues inside of it. Okay, let's take this issue grid and render it over here. And we will render it inside of a suspense so that we can see the loading indicator. So suspense, let's import it from React, and fallback will be loading, and issue grid is already here. For assigned issues, same is what we're going to do for the reported issues. Now, obviously we have not configured both of these variables. So over here, also we have not made that API call. So simply, since this is a server component, I'm going to call it directly. So get user issues and make it async. I'm going to say if issues.length is 0, then return null. And for assigned and reported issues, I'm going to filter them over here. So assigned issues will be issues.filter, and issue.assignee.clerk ID. If it's equal to user ID, then take that. If it's equal to the reporter, then take that one, right? Simple enough. I think this should give us what we want. Let's see. Okay. Oh yeah, issue card is not imported over here. Okay. Default value, I'm going to say assigned. Now let's see. It gives the error that use state. Okay. Inside of the issue card, oh, this will be a client component. How did it not give this error up until now? It's weird. Should have given, probably because the parent was already a client, right? But this one is the server component. That's why this is giving us error. Let's see. Okay, issues assigned to you, reported by you. All right, this looks good. So you can see it's giving me issues across the sprint. So this is from other sprint, right? So if I click on over here, it will take me to this page with sprint equals this. And I don't think we have configured this logic yet. So let's fix this logic as well. Let's go to that, which page? Inside of the projects in the sprint board, I believe. No, sprint manager. This is where we will be selecting the sprint. Here in the use effect, I'll create a use effect over here. Inside this, I'm gonna first get from the search params. So let's use the use search param hook over here. So use search param hook, and I'll say const search params equals use search params. And this will only be triggered if the search params change or our sprints change, right? And inside of this, I'll first take that search param. So search params.get the sprint, and we will get the sprint ID. And then simply inside of it, I'll say if the sprint ID is there and sprint ID is not equals to this current sprint that we already on, I'm going to say const selected sprint equals to, we need to find all of the sprints that we currently have, right? And when we do find it, I'm going to switch to that sprint. So set sprint and set status over here. right? Now, after we have switched to that particular sprint, I want to remove this from our search param, right? So let's see, handle sprint change. Whenever we change the sprint, I'm going to say router dot replace and replace with this URL without the sprint, right? So let's see. Okay, let's go back. And if I click on over here, we're coming on to over here. So we have this over here. So yeah, we've switched to that sprint. And when we switch to another sprint, this should remove it. Oh, I think router is not there, right? So yeah, let's just take the use router. So const router equals use router from next / navigation. Now, after switching it, you can see it has been removed from the URL. Okay. We have successfully created our Jira clone. Let's go on and deploy it. But first, if you have made up until this point in this tutorial, congrats, lots of claps for you. And as a reward, I am giving you a special coupon for my front-end interview preparation course, which nobody has. Just go and enter Jira, Jira, and you will get the biggest discount yet. 65% off in my course. I've never set this discount coupon ever. So make sure you take benefit of this because it's not going to be valid for a very long time. And don't share it with anyone as well. So cool then. Let's go on and deploy it on Vercel. What I'll do, I'll simply first, let's just close all of this. Let's go to the package.json file. And inside of our scripts, I'm going to add post install script, which will say prisma.generate, which will help us to generate Prisma schemas on the Vercel. So let's just close all of these things. We don't need it. And now we can go on and push it onto a GitHub repository. Let's just stage the changes. So let's go on and create a dummy GitHub repo. I'm going to create a new GitHub repository. Let's just say, I don't know, Scrum. It will be public and create repository. I will delete this repository after this tutorial. Main repository will still be that, Jira clone repository. I will give the link to that in the description down below. Let's just add the remote origin. Oh, first of all, let's say git init and add remote origin. And we've already staged it over here. So I'll say git commit -m deployment. Press enter. Okay. And I'll say git push origin master. This should push it to that GitHub repository. Meanwhile, it's pushing. I'm going to open vercel.com. Okay, it is pushed. Let's see if I refresh this. Our code should be right here. I forgot to remove the .env from over here. My bad. I need to add the .env in the git ignore. So let's just add it over here. .env. Save it. And yeah, let's just stage the change. Don't do it. I've done it. That's my bad. Let's just commit it again. So I'll commit and git push origin master and refresh the page. Will it be gone? I don't think so. I'll have to manually delete it. I'll delete this repository. You should not do it, right? Let's go to Vercel, add new project, and over here, import Scrum. Okay. We don't have to change anything. Just click on deploy. Let's see if this deploys or not. So in the build logs, we can see all of the changes that are happening. It's installing the dependencies and everything. It will be generating the static pages. Let's just wait and see. Okay, creating an optimized production build. Compiled successfully. And these are just warning, just ignore it. Now it's creating the static pages. Okay, it has generated the static pages, deploying output. And there we go. It has been deployed successfully. Let's see. Continue to dashboard. And here is our domain, scrum.vercel.app. If I click on it, then it will show crashed because obviously we have not added the environment variables. I forgot. So go to the settings over here in the environment variables. And here, let's just add our environment variables one by one. And over here, we have the option to import the .env. So let's just do that. I've gone to my project repo and import this .env. Yeah, great. It has been imported. Let's save it. And now I think it should work. Let's just refresh it now. Let's try to redeploy. Redeploy. Let's see if it works. Okay, it has been deployed now. Let's go on and visit now. And I think it would work. Yes, it is working. Let's try to log in. Continue with Google. And we are logged in. Great. Let's go and view the project. Okay, drag and drop functionality working fine. Filters working fine as well. Let's try to create a new not sprint, issue from over here. after deployment. Let's just say roadside coder after deployment and sign in. Great. And definitely share this project with your LinkedIn network. Who knows? Maybe a recruiter sees this project and sends you a DM looking to hire you. And hit that subscribe button right now as hard as you can.